Speed was the message, and Sicily was where it was sent. In the summer of 1943, while the Mediterranean heat pressed down on dust-choked roads and stone villages, one American commander turned an invasion into a personal campaign of momentum. Sicily was supposed to be a supporting operation, a stepping stone, a place to hold while larger plans unfolded elsewhere. But under George S. Patton, it became something else entirely, a race, a statement, and a proving ground for how America intended to fight the rest of the war. Patton did not land in Sicily to wait. He landed to move. The Allied invasion of the island was vast and complex. British and American forces came ashore along miles of coastline, facing rough seas, scattered landings, and stubborn resistance. Confusion was expected. Delay was accepted. Caution was built into the plan. Patton ignored the spirit of that caution almost immediately. As commander of the United States 7th Army, he saw Sicily not as a flank to be guarded, but as an opportunity to demonstrate speed, aggression, and independence. Where others paused to consolidate, Patton pushed forward. Where orders allowed flexibility, he took miles. Columns rolled inland through heat and dust. Villages fell in rapid succession. Resistance was bypassed, encircled, or overwhelmed. Patton's forces drove hard, sometimes faster than supply could comfortably follow. Roads clogged with traffic. Maps became outdated within hours. The campaign took on a rhythm of constant motion, shaped as much by Patton's personality as by the terrain itself. But Sicily was not an empty stage. German and Italian forces fought delaying actions with skill and determination. Mountain roads favored defense. Narrow passes turned into choke points. Rear guards inflicted losses and vanished. And above it all, Allied command tensions simmered just beneath the surface. Patton was not fighting alone. He was racing terrain, racing the enemy, racing Allied counterparts whose advances threatened to overshadow his own. That competition mattered, not just to Patton's ego, but to how the campaign unfolded. Decisions were made with speed as the priority. Palermo fell. Ports were seized. Momentum was maintained even when rest would have been safer. Then came Messina, the final prize on the island, the gateway off Sicily, the last chance to cut off retreating enemy forces. Patton drove for it relentlessly. His troops marched, drove, and fought across the island with exhaustion etched into every mile. By the time Messina fell, Patton's army had crossed Sicily faster than many believed possible. The enemy escaped in large numbers, but the message was delivered. The Sicilian campaign under Patton mattered not just for what it captured, but for what it revealed. It revealed how the American army could move, how it could coordinate armor, infantry, and air power, how initiative could reshape a campaign, for better and for worse. It also revealed Patton himself in full clarity. Brilliant, aggressive, uncompromising, and often controversial. His actions in Sicily would echo far beyond the island, influencing future commands, shaping reputations, and cementing his place as one of the most complex figures of the war. Tonight, we return to those dusty Sicilian roads, to the columns pushing through heat and resistance, to a campaign driven by momentum rather than patience, to the moment when speed became doctrine. This is the story of Patton's Sicilian campaign, where the American way of war began to take shape at full throttle. And before we continue, I want to speak to you directly. If you're still here, listening carefully, if these long, immersive journeys into history help you slow down, focus, or escape the noise of the day, then I hope you'll consider subscribing. Now, I'm a small creator, building this channel one story at a time, independently, carefully, and with deep respect for the people behind the history. When you subscribe, you're not just supporting a channel, you're helping keep this calm, in-depth style of storytelling alive. If this space gives you perspective, clarity, or simply somewhere steady to sit with history, then stay with me. Settle in. This is Patton's War in Sicily, March 6th, 1943. A twin-engine C-47 transport aircraft descended through morning clouds over Casablanca, Morocco, carrying a passenger the Allied High Command both desperately needed and deeply distrusted. Major General George Smith Patton, Jr. sat rigid in the uncomfortable canvas seat, his jaw clenched, his ivory-handled revolvers prominent on his hips despite regulations. At 57 years old, with silver hair and a face carved by ambition and disappointment, Patton was about to take command of the American Second Corps in North Africa, an army that had just suffered the most humiliating defeat in United States military history. 3 weeks earlier, at a place called Kasserine Pass, German forces under Field Marshal Erwin Rommel had smashed through American lines, killing 300 soldiers, wounding 3,000 more, and sending an entire corps fleeing in panic. Eisenhower needed someone to restore discipline, confidence, and fighting spirit to a broken army. He was gambling everything on the most controversial general in the American military, a man who believed wars were won through audacity, speed, and an almost religious faith in attack. Patton stepped off the aircraft into the North African heat, carrying a riding crop and wearing a scowl that would become legendary. What he saw appalled him. Soldiers lounged without helmets, their uniforms filthy and unmilitary. Officers saluted carelessly, or not at all. Equipment lay scattered without organization or care. This was not an army, it was a mob in uniform. Demoralized by defeat and lacking any sense of professional standards, within hours of assuming command, Patton issued orders that stunned his staff with their severity. Every soldier would wear a helmet at all times, even in rear areas. Neckties would be worn with all uniforms. Leggings would be properly laced. Any officer or enlisted man failing to meet standards would be fined on the spot. $25 for officers, $10 for enlisted men, real money from their monthly pay. His subordinate commanders protested that these regulations were trivial, that soldiers needed rest and recovery, not harassment about uniform details. Patton's response was immediate and brutal. Discipline in small things created discipline in combat, and this army would learn to be soldiers again before it learned to fight. The transformation was shocking in its speed and completeness. Within 2 weeks, the Second Corps began to look like a professional military force. Soldiers stood straighter, saluted crisply, maintained their equipment with care. More importantly, they began to believe in themselves again. Patton appeared everywhere, his jeep racing between units, his voice bellowing corrections and encouragement, his physical presence radiating an absolute confidence that combat was not something to fear, but something to embrace. He staged elaborate training exercises that mimicked German tactics, forcing his commanders to react quickly to surprise and chaos. He relieved officers who showed hesitation or excessive caution, replacing them with aggressive subordinates who shared his philosophy of constant attack. By April 1st, 1943, when the Second Corps launched its first offensive under Patton's command, it bore no resemblance to the force that had fled at Kasserine. It struck with precision, speed, and a ferocity that surprised both the Germans and the British allies who had questioned American fighting spirit. The spring campaign in Tunisia vindicated Patton's methods with a completeness that silenced most critics. His corps drove forward through difficult terrain against determined German resistance, capturing key objectives and inflicting severe casualties on enemy forces. In 6 weeks of combat, the demoralized mob he had inherited became a victorious army that played a crucial role in the final destruction of Axis forces in North Africa. By May 13, 1943, when the last German and Italian units in Tunisia surrendered, the Second Corps had helped capture over 250,000 enemy soldiers, securing North Africa for the Allies and opening the Mediterranean to invasion. Patton stood on the Tunisian coast that day, looking north across the Mediterranean towards Sicily and Italy beyond, his mind already racing ahead to the next campaign. He had proven he could rebuild a broken army and lead it to victory. Now he wanted something more, a chance to lead an invasion, to command an army in the greatest amphibious assault in history, to achieve the glory that had obsessed him since childhood. But glory would prove more elusive than victory. On June 8, 1943, Patton received word of his next assignment: command of the 7th Army for Operation Husky, the invasion of Sicily. His initial reaction was elation, finally Beachheads, a chance to lead an army in an invasion of Axis-held Europe, to strike at the enemy's heartland, to demonstrate that American forces could match or exceed the British in audacity and effectiveness. Then he received the operational plan, and elation curdled into bitter resentment. The British Eighth Army under General Bernard Law Montgomery would conduct the main effort, driving north from southern Sicily toward the strategic port of Messina. Montgomery would command 115,000 men, supported by massive artillery and air power, tasked with the campaign's decisive objective. Patton's Seventh Army, with only 70,000 troops, would play a supporting role, securing Montgomery's western flank and protecting British supply lines. The plan relegated Americans to what Patton saw as military housekeeping, while the British won the glory and captured the headlines. The planning sessions in Algiers throughout June of 1943 became increasingly tense as Patton fought against his subordinate role. He argued with Eisenhower, his friend and superior, that American forces deserved an equal role in the campaign. He clashed with British planners who viewed the untested Seventh Army as less capable than Montgomery's veteran Eighth Army. He proposed alternative plans that would give Americans more ambitious objectives, only to have them rejected as too risky or too likely to interfere with British operations. The British military establishment, still smarting from American failures at Kasserine, questioned whether Patton's aggressive style was brilliant or reckless. Montgomery himself, fresh from victories at El Alamein and in the Tunisian campaign, made little effort to hide his belief that British forces were superior to American in training, experience, and tactical sophistication. Every planning meeting reinforced Patton's burning sense that he was being denied the opportunity to prove American capabilities, that the Sicilian campaign was structured to ensure British dominance and American subordination. Patton's diary entries from June of 1943 reveal a man consumed by ambition, resentment, and an almost desperate need for vindication. "I am to have the Seventh Army," he wrote on June 11th. "This should be the biggest American command yet, and I will make the most of it." But subsequent entries grew darker as the reality of his supporting role became clear. "Montgomery is a third-rate general," he wrote privately, "and I am tired of being told he is brilliant." His frustration extended beyond Montgomery to the entire Allied command structure, which seemed designed to subordinate American initiative to British caution. Eisenhower, trying to maintain coalition unity while managing two of the most difficult personalities in the Allied military, found himself constantly mediating between Patton's aggressive demands and Montgomery's methodical planning. The stage was set for a campaign that would be fought on two levels, against the Axis enemy in Sicily and between Allied commanders competing for glory, recognition, and control of the narrative. Yet beneath the ego and ambition, Patton possessed genuine military gifts that made him indispensable despite his difficult personality. He understood mobile warfare with an intuition that few American commanders could match. He grasped that modern combat rewarded speed and shock over careful preparation, that hesitation allowed enemies to recover and reorganize, that maintaining momentum could achieve victories that methodical approaches could never deliver. His study of military history was encyclopedic, ranging from ancient warfare to the most recent tank battles on the Eastern Front. He recognized that the coming campaign in Sicily would test new forms of warfare: massive amphibious assaults, airborne operations, combined arms coordination on a scale never attempted. More than the planning or the logistics, Sicily would test leadership. The ability of commanders to make rapid decisions under chaos and uncertainty, to exploit success and recover from failure with equal speed. Patton believed he possessed these qualities in abundance, and he was determined to prove it regardless of the limitations placed on his role. By late June, Patton had accepted the reality of his supporting role while privately resolving to exceed it. He would secure his assigned beaches and protect Montgomery's flank as ordered, but he would do so with such speed and aggressiveness that opportunities would emerge for independent action. He studied the Sicilian terrain obsessively, looking for weak points in Axis defenses and routes that American forces could exploit. He drilled his staff on the importance of rapid decision-making and initiative, telling them that opportunities in combat lasted only hours or minutes, that headquarters must be able to issue new orders within minutes of changing circumstances. His message to his division commanders was clear: secure your objectives with maximum speed, then be prepared to exploit success immediately without waiting for higher authorization. It was a philosophy that violated standard military doctrine, which emphasized careful coordination and adherence to plans. But Patton believed that Sicily would reward boldness, and he was determined to demonstrate that American forces, properly led, could move faster and strike harder than any army in the world. As July approached and the invasion fleet assembled, Patton faced his moment of truth with characteristic bravado masking deeper anxieties. At 57, he knew this might be his last chance to achieve the military glory he had pursued his entire life. If Sicily succeeded, he would likely command armies in the invasion of France and the drive into Germany. If it failed, he would be remembered as another over-promoted officer whose aggressive rhetoric exceeded his actual abilities. His entire career, his reputation, his place in history, everything depended on the next few weeks. He stood on the deck of his headquarters ship on July 9, 1943, watching the invasion fleet assemble off the coast of North Africa. 3,000 ships stretching to the horizon, carrying 160,000 Allied soldiers toward the first invasion of Axis Europe. Somewhere in that massive armada, Montgomery was making his own preparations, confident in his army's superiority and his own tactical brilliance. The race that would define the Sicilian campaign, between American ambition and British methodical competence, between Patton's need for glory and Montgomery's determination to maintain British military prestige, was about to begin. Neither commander yet understood that they were fighting the wrong war, that while they competed against each other, their real enemy was preparing not to hold Sicily, but to escape it, transforming what should have been a decisive Allied victory into a hollow triumph that would haunt the campaign's legacy for decades. January 14, 1943. In a villa in Casablanca, Morocco, surrounded by maps and cigarette smoke, British Prime Minister Winston Churchill sketched invasion plans on a dinner napkin, while President Franklin Roosevelt watched with amused skepticism. The Casablanca Conference had brought together Allied leadership to determine strategy after the expected victory in North Africa, and Churchill was insistent. The next target must be Sicily, not France. The logic was compelling. Sicily would knock Italy out of the war, secure Mediterranean shipping lanes, and force Germany to divert forces from Russia and the Atlantic Wall. Roosevelt's military advisors were skeptical, arguing for a cross-channel invasion of France in 1943. But Churchill's strategic vision prevailed through sheer force of personality and political maneuvering. By the conference's end, the invasion of Sicily, Operation Husky, was approved, despite having no detailed plan, no assigned commander, and a target date only 6 months away. The napkin sketch would become one of history's largest amphibious operations, a campaign improvised under impossible time pressure by commanders who barely trusted each other. The planning for Operation Husky revealed every tension and dysfunction in the Allied coalition. General Dwight Eisenhower, appointed Supreme Commander for the operation, found himself mediating between British and American officers who approached warfare with fundamentally different philosophies. The British favored concentrated attacks on narrow fronts, overwhelming force applied at a single point to achieve breakthrough. The Americans preferred broader attacks that allowed flexibility and exploitation of success wherever it appeared. Montgomery insisted the invasion plan concentrate forces on Sicily's southeastern coast, where British troops would drive north toward Messina, the strategic port controlling the strait to mainland Italy. American planners argued for simultaneous landings on multiple coasts to confuse defenders and prevent Axis forces from concentrating against a single thrust. Every planning session became a negotiation between competing national visions, complicated by the fact that British forces outnumbered Americans and British generals possessed more combat experience. The result was a plan that satisfied no one, but represented the maximum compromise between irreconcilable approaches. By May of 1943, the invasion plan had undergone 7 major revisions, each one reflecting new disagreements and changed assessments. The final plan called for simultaneous American and British landings on Sicily's southern coast, Americans at Gela, Licata, and Scogliti on the southwest, British at beaches southeast of Syracuse. Montgomery's 8th Army would drive north up the coastal Highway 114 toward Messina, supported by massive artillery and naval gunfire. Patton's 7th Army would secure the western flank, protect British supply lines, and be prepared to exploit opportunities as they developed, vague wording that reflected uncertainty about American capabilities. A critical flaw existed in the plan that would haunt the campaign. A 25-mile gap separated American and British landing zones, a gap that would be defended only by scattered airborne forces. If Axis commanders recognized this weakness and attacked through it, they could split the invasion force and defeat each army separately. Allied planners gambled that surprise, air superiority, and Italian unreliability would prevent such a coordinated response. While Allied commanders argued over plans, British intelligence orchestrated one of warfare's most audacious deceptions. Operation Mincemeat, conceived by RAF officer Charles Cholmondeley and refined by Naval Intelligence officer Ewan Montague, involved creating a fictional British officer, Major William Martin of the Royal Marines, complete with personal letters, identity documents, and theater ticket stubs. On April 30th, 1943, the submarine HMS Seraph surfaced off the Spanish coast and released Martin's body, which had been preserved in dry ice for weeks, carrying documents suggesting the Allies would invade Sardinia and Greece, not Sicily. Spanish authorities recovered the body, and, as British intelligence predicted, German agents photographed the documents before Spain returned them. The deception succeeded beyond expectations. Hitler became convinced the invasion would target Sardinia, ordering Field Marshal Erwin Rommel to Greece and diverting forces away from Sicily. By early July, German intelligence had concluded with high confidence that Sicily was, at most, a diversion for the real invasion elsewhere. An operation built on a corpse and forged documents had accomplished what no amount of military power could achieve. It had fooled the German high command into misallocating its reserves at the critical moment. The defenders of Sicily presented a study in contrasts that would determine the campaign's character. Italian forces nominally numbered 230,000 troops organized in coastal divisions, responsible for defending the beaches and mobile divisions held in reserve. But Italian morale had collapsed after defeats in North Africa, and many units existed more on paper than in reality, understrength and equipped with obsolete weapons. Soldiers who had joined the fascist military with enthusiasm in 1940 now questioned why they should die defending Sicily from liberation. In contrast, German forces in Sicily numbered only 40,000, but represented the Wehrmacht's elite, the Hermann Göring Panzer Division and the 15th Panzer Grenadier Division, veteran units rebuilt after heavy losses in Tunisia. These forces were equipped with Tiger and Panther tanks that outclassed anything the Allies possessed, commanded by officers who had survived the brutal fighting in Russia and North Africa. Field Marshal Albert Kesselring, the brilliant German commander in the Mediterranean, understood that Sicily could not be held indefinitely against Allied air and naval superiority. His strategy focused not on preventing invasion, but on making the Allies pay maximum cost for every mile advanced, while preparing for the real objective, evacuating German forces intact to defend mainland Italy. By late June, the invasion fleet began assembling in North African ports in a display of military power unprecedented in history. 3,000 vessels of every description, battleships, cruisers, destroyers, transport ships, landing craft, minesweepers, and support vessels gathered from across the Mediterranean and Atlantic. The scale overwhelmed port facilities designed for peacetime commerce. Ships anchored in rows extending miles from shore, while smaller craft shuttled supplies and personnel in an endless dance of organized chaos. 160,000 soldiers prepared for the assault, American, British, Canadian, Free French, representing a coalition that barely existed 3 years earlier when Britain stood alone against Nazi Germany. 4,000 aircraft would support the invasion, ranging from heavy bombers to fighters to transport planes carrying airborne forces. The logistics of moving this armada required planning that made the tactical battles seem simple by comparison. Fuel, ammunition, food, medical supplies, spare parts, all calculated down to the individual soldier's requirements, all scheduled to arrive at the right beach at the right time. The weather nearly destroyed the invasion before it began. On July 9, 1943, as the fleet departed North African ports, meteorologists reported deteriorating conditions over the Mediterranean. By afternoon, winds reached 45 miles per hour, driving waves to heights that made small craft almost uncontrollable. Eisenhower faced an agonizing decision: proceed with the invasion in conditions that would scatter the fleet and compromise surprise, or postpone and potentially reveal the target to alert German forces. Ships were already at sea, paratroopers were boarding aircraft, thousands of soldiers were being briefed on their objectives. Cancellation would create chaos that might take weeks to reorganize. At 5 p.m. on July 9th, with meteorologists predicting slightly improved conditions by midnight, Eisenhower made the decision that would define his command style for the rest of the war. The invasion would proceed as scheduled. Across the Mediterranean, 3,000 ships turned toward Sicily through rising seas, while paratroopers endured final equipment checks, knowing they would jump into 40-mile-per-hour winds that made accurate landing nearly impossible. The invasion plan incorporated lessons from amphibious operations dating back to Gallipoli in World War I, refined by British commando raids and American landings in the Pacific. Each landing beach received a designation and detailed orders specifying exactly which units would assault, which would support, when naval gunfire would begin, how air support would be coordinated. The Americans would land on 3 beaches, Licata, Gela, and Scogliti, with the 1st Infantry Division at Gela, forming the center of Patton's assault. Rangers would seize key points ahead of the main landings. Airborne forces would drop inland to secure crossroads and prevent Italian reserves from reaching the beaches. British forces would execute similar operations on their beaches farther east. The entire operation depended on surprise, landing before dawn, overwhelming beach defenses before they could organize resistance, establishing a secure beachhead before daylight revealed the invasion's full scale. If defenders held the beaches until daylight, Allied troops would be trapped between the sea and entrenched positions, vulnerable to the kind of slaughter that had defined amphibious warfare throughout military history. Intelligence briefings painted a picture that Allied soldiers found simultaneously encouraging and terrifying. Italian forces would likely surrender quickly or flee, intelligence officers predicted, but German units would fight with skill and determination. The beach defenses were extensive: concrete pillboxes, machine gun positions, barbed wire obstacles, minefields. But many were manned by Italian troops of questionable reliability. The greatest danger would come after the landings, when German mobile reserves counterattacked with tanks and artillery. Allied air superiority would help, but aircraft could not operate effectively at night, and the first critical hours would occur in darkness. Every soldier boarding landing craft on the night of July 9th knew the statistics that commanders didn't mention. Amphibious assaults historically produced the highest casualty rates of any military operation, with attacking forces often losing 30 to 50% of assault troops. The cramped landing craft, the violent seas, the knowledge that in a few hours they would wade through surf toward enemy positions, these created a psychological pressure that no amount of training could fully prepare them for. As midnight approached on July 9, 1943, the massive invasion fleet reached its final positions off the Sicilian coast. Transport ships stopped 12 miles offshore, beyond the range of coastal artillery, and began lowering landing craft into seas that were calmer than feared, but still dangerous. Soldiers climbed down rope nets into craft that rose and fell unpredictably with the waves, many falling, some injured before they reached their assigned boats. Above them, transport aircraft carrying paratroopers approached Sicily through the same winds that tossed the ships, pilots struggling to maintain formation, while jumpmasters prepared their soldiers for drops that would scatter them across miles of hostile territory. On the beaches, Italian and German defenders waited in the pre-dawn darkness, some alert and ready, others asleep or drunk, none fully aware that the largest invasion fleet in history was about to strike their positions. The plan that had been written and rewritten, argued over and compromised, based on intelligence both brilliant and flawed, that plan was about to collide with the chaos of combat. In 6 hours, Allied commanders would discover whether their improvised strategy could overcome Axis defenses, and whether American and British forces could cooperate effectively enough to achieve objectives that neither could accomplish alone. The fate of Sicily, and potentially the entire Mediterranean strategy, now depended on thousands of individual soldiers about to wade through the surf into enemy fire, each one a small piece of a plan so complex that even its creators weren't certain it would work. July 9th, 1943, 10:42 p.m. 144 C-47 transport aircraft carrying the 82nd Airborne Division's 505th Parachute Infantry Regiment approached Sicily through violent crosswinds that threw the planes like toys. Inside each aircraft, 30 paratroopers sat packed shoulder to shoulder in near total darkness, their parachutes and equipment weighing over 100 pounds, making even breathing difficult in the cramped fuselage. Colonel James Gavin, the regiment's 36-year-old commander, rode in the lead aircraft, watching through the small window as planes behind him disappeared and reappeared through clouds, the formation disintegrating as pilots fought to maintain control. The plan called for precise drops on landing zones near Gela to secure road junctions and prevent Italian reserves from reaching the beaches where American forces would land at dawn. But the winds were gusting to 45 miles per hour instead of the predicted 25, and anti-aircraft fire had begun erupting from the coast ahead. Streams of tracer rounds arcing into the night sky like deadly fireworks. In minutes, this carefully planned airborne assault would become chaos. The first paratroopers jumped at 11:15 p.m. into darkness, wind, and scattered fire from surprised Italian defenders. The jump itself was terrifying, stepping from a vibrating, bucking aircraft into violent wind that immediately caught the heavy equipment and spun jumpers like leaves. Parachutes deployed with jarring shocks that left men gasping. Then the wind grabbed the canopies and drove jumpers across the sky faster than normal drift, making it impossible to control descent or predict landing. Some men came down in the ocean and drowned, weighed down by equipment they couldn't release quickly enough. Others landed in trees on rocky hillsides, in the middle of Italian defensive positions. The organized battalions and companies that had boarded aircraft in North Africa disappeared, replaced by scattered individuals and small groups who had no idea where they were or where their objectives lay. Of the 3,400 paratroopers dropped that night, only 200 landed within 10 miles of their intended zones. The rest were scattered across 60 miles of Sicily, some landing as far as 25 miles from their targets. Tiny groups of armed men, lost in enemy territory with nothing but darkness, confusion, and their training to keep them alive. Lieutenant Colonel Arthur Gorham had trained his 1st Battalion for months in the techniques of airborne warfare, but nothing had prepared him for what he encountered after landing 3 miles from his objective. He gathered 7 officers and roughly 300 men from the 1,000 who had been on his aircraft, less than a third of his battalion, none from his headquarters element. He had no radio capable of reaching higher command, no accurate maps showing his current position, no knowledge of whether other units had landed successfully. Dawn was approaching, and with it the beach landings that his battalion was supposed to support, by securing the Piano Lupo crossroads and preventing Italian mobile reserves from reaching Gela. Gorham made the decision that would define the airborne operation's strange success. He would attack his objective anyway with whatever force he had assembled, gambling that aggression and surprise could compensate for lack of strength. 25 soldiers against objectives designed to be taken by 1,000, the odds were absurd. But Gorham understood that scattered paratroopers across Sicily were making similar decisions, and that their cumulative effect might accomplish what the planned operation could not. The battle for Piano Lupo revealed why German defenders would conclude they faced entire divisions rather than scattered remnants. Gorham's tiny force attacked the crossroads with grenades, rifles, and machine guns, creating noise and chaos far beyond their actual numbers. Italian defenders, awakened by explosions and unable to see their attackers in pre-dawn darkness, fled or surrendered to an enemy they vastly outnumbered. Within an hour, 25 American paratroopers held a crossroads that controlled access to the Gela beaches, had captured over 100 Italian prisoners, and had destroyed several trucks loaded with ammunition. Similar scenes unfolded across southern Sicily as small groups of paratroopers attacked targets of opportunity with desperate aggression. They cut telephone wires, ambushed truck convoys, destroyed ammunition dumps, and generally created the impression of a massive airborne assault that had landed everywhere simultaneously. German and Italian commanders, receiving reports of paratrooper attacks from dozens of locations, concluded that Allied airborne forces numbered in the tens of thousands rather than the scattered few thousand actually on the ground. The chaotic drop that seemed a catastrophic failure was creating exactly the confusion and disruption that a perfectly executed drop might not have achieved. But the paratroopers' success came at a terrible cost. By dawn on July 10th, over 400 airborne soldiers were dead, wounded or captured, scattered casualties from a drop that had spread the 82nd Airborne across Sicily like seeds. Small groups remained cut off behind enemy lines, fighting running battles with Italian troops and German patrols, surviving on captured supplies and desperate improvisation. Some paratroopers wouldn't rejoin American forces for days, living off the land and hiding from enemy patrols in a deadly game of hide-and-seek. The courage required to continue fighting when scattered, outnumbered, and without support was extraordinary. These were not veteran soldiers, but young men in their first combat, many barely 20 years old, suddenly responsible for making life and death decisions without officers or orders. The airborne operation demonstrated both the potential and the peril of this new form of warfare. When it worked, it created chaos and opportunity. But when it went wrong, as it inevitably would in combat, it demanded initiative and courage of a kind that regular infantry operations rarely required. The second wave of airborne operations would prove even more catastrophic. On July 11th at 10:20 p.m., 144 C-47s carrying reinforcements for the paratroopers on Sicily approached the beaches where American forces had been fighting all day. Naval commanders had been notified of the overflight, and orders had been issued forbidding anti-aircraft fire during the specified time window. The aircraft followed the planned route, flying low over the invasion fleet exactly as briefed. At 10:22 p.m., a single German Junkers 88 bomber attacked the fleet, strafing a cargo ship and causing minimal damage before disappearing into the darkness. The nervous gunners on hundreds of ships, exhausted after 36 hours of combat operations and primed for air attack, were suddenly on hair-trigger alert. When the first American C-47 appeared overhead 2 minutes later, a single anti-aircraft gun on one ship opened fire. The tracers arcing into the sky triggered a response that spread across the fleet like wildfire. Suddenly, hundreds of guns were firing at the transport aircraft, creating a curtain of steel and fire that no aircraft could survive. The paratroopers watched from inside their aircraft as the night exploded with deadly light. Tracers streamed past windows, shells burst around wings and fuselages, aircraft began breaking apart in mid-air or falling in the flames toward the sea. Pilots took desperate evasive action, banking hard, diving toward the water, trying to escape the fire while paratroopers inside were thrown against bulkheads, some falling toward the open doors as their planes twisted and turned. Some pilots dumped their paratroopers immediately, hoping to save their aircraft and crews. Soldiers jumped into chaos, some from aircraft that were already damaged and falling, deploying parachutes only hundreds of feet above ground or water. Other pilots pressed on toward designated drop zones through the fire, maintaining course and speed, while their aircraft absorbed devastating damage. 23 aircraft were shot down, 37 more damaged, some so severely they barely made it back to North Africa. 83 paratroopers died in the air or in the Mediterranean, killed by the same forces they had come to support, in a friendly fire incident that represented the largest such catastrophe in American military history. The investigation that followed the friendly fire disaster revealed systemic failures that would haunt Allied operations for months. The notification of the overflight had reached naval commanders but had not been effectively communicated to individual gun crews on the hundreds of ships in the invasion fleet. The timing of the German bomber attack, occurring minutes before the American aircraft appeared, had created exactly the worst psychological conditions for fire discipline. Gunners who had been told to expect enemy air attacks, who had been shooting at German and Italian aircraft for 36 hours, who were exhausted and frightened and responsible for protecting their ships. These men had reacted with split-second instinct when they saw aircraft overhead, and that instinct was to fire. The investigation recommended better communication systems, more stringent fire control discipline, and clearer procedures for friendly aircraft identification. But the fundamental problem had no easy solution. In the chaos of combat, with lives at stake and seconds to react, the line between friend and enemy could become tragically blurred. For the paratroopers who survived the drop and the friendly fire, the Sicilian campaign became a blur of small unit actions and desperate improvisation. They fought without heavy weapons or artillery support, relying on rifles, machine guns, and the explosive power of surprise. They ambushed German patrols, raided supply dumps, and harassed enemy movements, operating more like guerrillas than conventional infantry. Their casualties were disproportionate to their numbers. The airborne forces represented less than 3% of the invasion force, but suffered nearly 10% of casualties in the first week, yet their impact was equally disproportionate. German after-action reports consistently overestimated Allied airborne strength, describing encounters with airborne divisions when they had actually fought scattered companies or platoons. The psychological effect of paratroopers appearing behind defensive lines, of not knowing where the enemy might strike next, forced Axis commanders to hold reserves in the interior rather than committing them fully to the beaches. The chaotic drop that appeared to be a catastrophic failure had, through courage and aggression, achieved strategic effects that a perfectly executed operation might not have accomplished. As dawn broke on July 10th, with the beach landings beginning and scattered paratroopers continuing their private wars across southern Sicily, senior commanders began assessing what had gone wrong and what had, paradoxically, gone right. Eisenhower received reports of the scattered drop with dismay, recognizing that 45-mile-per-hour winds and inexperienced pilots had compromised a key element of the invasion plan. But he also received reports from beach commanders describing light initial resistance, Italian units surrendering rather than fighting, German reinforcements arriving piecemeal rather than in organized counterattacks. The connection between these outcomes, between the scattered airborne assault and the disorganized enemy response, would not be fully appreciated until after-action analysis months later. In the moment, commanders had to make decisions based on incomplete information, uncertain of whether the airborne operation had failed spectacularly or succeeded in unexpected ways. The friendly fire incident of July 11th would remain classified for months, a terrible secret that couldn't be shared with families of the dead, without admitting that American forces had killed their own soldiers. These men would be listed as killed in action, casualties of enemy fire, their actual fate concealed behind the necessities of military secrecy and political expediency. The night the sky caught fire became legend among the soldiers who witnessed it. A cautionary tale about the chaos of combat and the deadly consequences of fear and confusion. Paratroopers who survived would carry memories of comrades falling through darkness, of aircraft burning against the night sky, of swimming through the Mediterranean weighed down by equipment while tracers streaked overhead. They would remember the desperate loneliness of landing alone in enemy territory, the terror and exhilaration of small unit combat, the strange pride of having survived when so many had not. The airborne assault on Sicily demonstrated both the promise and the peril of a new form of warfare, the ability to strike deep behind enemy lines, to create chaos and confusion, but also the vulnerability to weather, fire discipline failures, and the inherent chaos of scattering lightly armed soldiers across enemy territory. These lessons would be applied to future airborne operations, from Normandy to Operation Market Garden to the Rhine crossings, each one attempting to achieve the sudden shock that airborne assault promised, while avoiding the catastrophic failures that seemed inherent to the technique. The men who jumped into the Sicilian night on July 9th and July 11th had paid in blood for knowledge that would shape Allied strategy for the rest of the war, and their scattered actions in the hours after landing had contributed to Allied success in ways that perfectly executed plans rarely achieve. July 10th, 1943, 2:45 a.m. The first wave of landing craft carrying soldiers of the 1st Infantry Division's 16th Infantry Regiment hit Gela Beach through 3-foot surf and scattered Italian machine gun fire. Platoon Sergeant Raymond Kane jumped from his landing craft into chest-deep water, holding his rifle overhead, and began wading through darkness toward a beach he couldn't clearly see, surrounded by sounds that would haunt him for decades: the grinding of landing craft engines, the crack of rifle fire, the screams of wounded men, the shouted orders lost in wind and waves. The expected heavy resistance that briefings had predicted materialized as sporadic, disorganized fire from Italian positions that were undermanned, poorly led, or simply unwilling to fight against overwhelming force. By 3:15 a.m., the 16th Infantry had secured most of Gela Beach with casualties far lighter than anticipated. 18 dead, 73 wounded, from a regiment that had expected to lose hundreds in the initial assault. All along the American sector, similar scenes unfolded as 7 battalions hit 7 beaches in a coordinated assault that succeeded beyond planners' hopes. At Licata, Rangers under Lieutenant Colonel William Darby scaled cliffs in pre-dawn darkness to find Italian artillery positions abandoned, their crews having fled at the first sign of invasion. Darby's force moved inland with speed that shocked headquarters, securing the town of Licata and its port facilities by 6 a.m. with almost no resistance. The port was critical for landing supplies and reinforcements, and its early capture represented a major strategic success. At Scogliti, the 45th Infantry Division waded ashore expecting determined resistance, but instead encountered Italian soldiers eager to surrender, whole companies giving up after token resistance or simply abandoning their positions. By 8 a.m. on July 10th, American forces had secured 3 beachheads, captured over 2,000 Italian prisoners, and were moving inland faster than the invasion schedule anticipated. The initial assault, the operation that every soldier had feared most, had succeeded with a completeness that seemed almost miraculous after the chaos of the airborne drops. General Terry Allen, commander of the 1st Infantry Division, the Big Red One, stood on Gela Beach at 6:30 a.m. watching Sherman tanks come ashore from specialized landing craft, their engines roaring as they crawled up the sand and into the town. Allen was a combat soldier's general, aggressive and informal, beloved by his men and distrusted by staff officers who found his methods too unorthodox. He had trained the Big Red One for 2 years, transforming it into the most combat-ready division in the U.S. Army, and now he was watching that training vindicate itself as his soldiers moved through Gela with practiced efficiency. But Allen's combat instincts told him that this early success was deceptive. Italian coastal troops were surrendering, but German mobile reserves were somewhere inland, preparing counterattacks with tanks and artillery that would test whether American infantry could hold what they had so easily captured. The real battle for Sicily's beaches was not over. It was about to begin. By noon on July 10th, the pattern of Italian collapse and German determination had become clear across the entire invasion sector. Italian coastal divisions were surrendering in masses, 15,000 prisoners by day's end, but German units were withdrawing in good order, fighting delaying actions that preserved their combat power while gathering information about Allied strength and dispositions. The Hermann Goering Panzer Division, Sicily's most formidable German unit, had begun moving toward the beaches from its positions inland, preparing a counterattack that would utilize tactics perfected on the Eastern Front, massed armor supported by infantry and artillery, striking at dawn when Allied naval gunfire would be less effective. German commanders had not been surprised by the invasion, despite the deception operations. Beach defenses were alerted, mobile reserves were moving, and Luftwaffe aircraft were already striking at the invasion fleet, despite Allied air superiority. The question was whether American forces, successful in their beach landings but inexperienced in armored warfare, could withstand professional German counterattacks. Aboard his headquarters ship 12 miles offshore, Patton received reports throughout July 10th that painted a picture of stunning initial success. All beaches secured, casualties light, prisoners pouring in, port facilities captured. His 7th Army had accomplished its opening objectives with an efficiency that validated his aggressive training methods and vindicated American military capability. But Patton's mind was already racing beyond these tactical successes to strategic opportunities. Intelligence reports indicated that Highway 124, leading west from Gela toward Palermo, Sicily's capital and largest city, was virtually undefended. Italian forces were collapsing. German forces were concentrated in eastern Sicily, focused on Montgomery's advance. A bold drive west could capture Palermo within days, seizing Sicily's most important city and demonstrating American operational speed. It would also steal headlines from Montgomery, whose Eighth Army was advancing methodically up the eastern coast toward its assigned objectives, but generating less dramatic results than the American beach assaults. At 5 p.m. on July 10th, Patton made the decision that would define the campaign and shape his reputation. He ordered planning to begin for a drive on Palermo without explicit authorization from Eisenhower and in potential violation of his supporting role to Montgomery. His chief of staff, Major General Hugh Gaffey, questioned whether such a move might leave Montgomery's western flank exposed to German counterattack. Patton's response was characteristic. Montgomery had requested American support for his advance, but had not specified what form that support should take, and the fastest way to secure his flank was to destroy Italian forces in western Sicily by capturing their command center at Palermo. The logic was sound enough to provide cover for what was essentially an insubordinate decision. Patton was prioritizing American glory over Allied coordination, betting that success would retroactively justify his independence. He dispatched a brief message to Eisenhower's headquarters informing them of his intention to exploit success westward, worded vaguely enough to seem like clarification rather than a request for authorization. The contrast between American and British approaches to the invasion became stark within 48 hours of landing. Montgomery's Eighth Army advanced methodically from its beaches towards Syracuse and Augusta, employing the careful, prepared operations that characterize British tactical doctrine. Each objective was thoroughly reconnoitered. Artillery barrages were meticulously planned, and advances occurred only after commanders were confident of success. This approach minimized casualties. British losses in the first 2 days were lighter than American, but it also sacrificed speed for security. By July 12th, the Eighth Army had advanced 20 miles, but was encountering stiffening German resistance south of Catania, the first major city on the road to Messina. Patton's forces, in contrast, were racing inland with minimum preparation, accepting higher casualty rates in exchange for momentum and surprise. The Americans advanced 40 miles in the same period, capturing towns and crossroads faster than intelligence maps could be updated. Both approaches were valid by different metrics, but they reflected fundamentally different military cultures and priorities. The first German counterattack struck at Gela on the morning of July 11th, and it nearly drove the Americans back into the sea. Tiger tanks of the Hermann Göring Division, each mounting an 88mm gun that could destroy Sherman tanks at ranges exceeding a mile, advanced through Gela's outskirts, supported by infantry and artillery. American tank units engaged them with 37mm and 75mm guns that bounced shells off Tiger armor like pebbles. Within an hour, 16 American tanks were burning wrecks, and German armor was approaching the beach itself, threatening to collapse the entire beachhead. What stopped the counterattack was not American armor, but naval gunfire. Destroyers offshore received desperate calls for fire support and responded with 6-inch shells that devastated German formations. The USS Boise, a light cruiser mounting 15 6-inch guns, fired 272 rounds in 26 minutes, creating a steel curtain that shattered the German assault. Tiger tanks could defeat Sherman tanks with impunity, but they had no defense against naval guns firing from miles offshore, with spotters on shore directing fire with devastating precision. The naval gunfire that saved Gela demonstrated the unique advantage Allied forces possessed in amphibious operations, floating artillery that could deliver firepower exceeding anything land-based forces could generate. Throughout July 11th, destroyers and cruisers patrolled off the Sicilian coast, firing on targets identified by shore observers, turning their ships into mobile artillery batteries supporting the infantry advance. The USS Savannah fired 434 rounds in support of ground operations on July 11th alone, an average of 1 6-inch shell every 3 minutes for 10 hours. German commanders, accustomed to superiority in armored warfare from their experiences in Russia and North Africa, found themselves facing a threat they had no tactical answer for. Naval guns that could engage from beyond visual range with accuracy improved by aircraft spotters and forward observers. The psychological impact was immense. German after-action reports described Allied naval gunfire as the decisive factor preventing successful counterattacks, more significant than air superiority or numerical advantage. By July 12th, Patton's headquarters received Montgomery's request for American support in the advance toward Catania, where British forces had encountered strong German defensive positions. The request was straightforward. American forces should advance north from their beachhead to secure Montgomery's western flank and potentially draw German reserves away from the British sector. Patton's response was calculatedly slow. He acknowledged the request, promised to provide support, but continued planning his westward drive toward Palermo. His reasoning, shared privately with his staff, was that the best way to support Montgomery was to destroy Italian forces in western Sicily, eliminating any threat to British operations from that direction. The fact that this mission would also allow 7th Army to capture Sicily's capital and dominate headlines was, Patton suggested with unconvincing innocence, merely coincidental. His delay in providing direct support to Montgomery's advance was a calculated gamble. If Patton's western offensive succeeded brilliantly, Eisenhower would forgive the insubordination. If Montgomery's advance stalled while Patton diverted forces elsewhere, the political consequences could end his career. The success of the beach landings created euphoria at Allied headquarters that would prove dangerous. In 3 days, American and British forces had captured 25 miles of Sicilian coastline, taken 15,000 prisoners, secured 2 major ports, and suffered casualties far lighter than predicted. Eisenhower's messages to Washington and London described the invasion as proceeding ahead of schedule with minimal losses. Press reports, carefully managed by censors, portrayed the Sicily landings as a triumph of planning and execution, but scattered among the celebrations were warning signs that experienced officers recognized. German forces were withdrawing intact, not surrendering like their Italian allies. The scattered paratroopers had not secured key interior positions as planned. The gap between American and British sectors remained vulnerable to counterattack. Most significantly, Allied forces had yet to encounter the main German defenses, which were forming further inland on terrain favorable to defense. The beach landings had succeeded, but the campaign to conquer Sicily was just beginning, and the easy victories of the first days would prove to be a deceptive prelude to a brutal contest that would last 5 more weeks and cost 25,000 Allied casualties. July 10th, 1943, 6 a.m. Field Marshal Albert Kesselring stood in his headquarters at Frascati outside Rome, reading invasion reports with the calm of a general who had anticipated precisely this outcome. At 57, with sharp features and calculating eyes, Kesselring commanded all Axis forces in the Mediterranean theater, and he had been expecting the Sicily invasion for months, despite German intelligence suggesting otherwise. The reports flooding his headquarters described Allied landings on multiple beaches, Italian coastal divisions collapsing, American and British forces moving inland with disturbing speed. Other commanders might have panicked at the scale of the invasion, but Kesselring had learned through bitter experience in North Africa and Russia that panic achieved nothing except defeat. He had a plan, not to hold Sicily, which was impossible against Allied air and naval superiority, but to make the Allies pay dearly for every mile while preserving German forces for the real battle ahead on mainland Italy. The invasion of Sicily was not a disaster to be prevented, but an opportunity to impose maximum casualties while executing a fighting withdrawal that would leave Wehrmacht units intact for future operations. Kesselring's strategic vision diverged sharply from Hitler's orders, which demanded that Sicily be held at all costs. The Führer, watching his Mediterranean empire crumbling, had issued directives that reflected political necessity rather than military reality. Sicily must not fall. German forces must not retreat. Every position must be defended to the last. Kesselring had learned to interpret such orders creatively. He would fight for Sicily with maximum determination, he assured Berlin. But determination didn't mean stupidity. The two German divisions in Sicily, the Hermann Göring Panzer Division and the 15th Panzer Grenadier Division, represented 40,000 of Germany's best soldiers, veterans of the Eastern Front and North Africa, equipped with modern weapons and led by experienced officers. These forces were irreplaceable. Trained veterans took years to create, and Germany was running out of time to prepare for the inevitable Allied invasion of France. If Kesselring could preserve these divisions while bleeding the Allies in Sicily, he would trade an island that meant nothing strategically for time and Allied casualties that might delay the invasion of Italy, or even France itself. The German response to the Allied invasion revealed tactical sophistication that American and British forces were unprepared for. While Italian coastal divisions surrendered in masses, German units executed textbook withdrawals, fighting delaying actions at choke points, destroying bridges and roads, mining every route, then withdrawing before Allied forces could encircle them. Each German position was calculated to impose maximum delay and casualties with minimum risk to defending forces. A single company with anti-tank guns and machine guns could hold a mountain pass for hours, destroying vehicles and killing dozens of attackers before withdrawing to the next position. This was mobile defense perfected through years of warfare, not the static defense of World War I, but a flexible system that traded space for time while preserving combat power. German commanders understood that Sicily's mountainous terrain favored defense, that the narrow roads and steep valleys channeled Allied advances into predictable routes that could be prepared with demolitions, mines, and artillery fire registered on every meter. Colonel Wilhelm Schmaltz commanded the battle group that would make the most determined effort to drive the Americans back into the sea at Gela. On July 11th, he assembled every available Tiger and Panzer IV tank, supported by infantry and artillery, for a dawn assault designed to overwhelm American defenses before they could consolidate their beachhead. Schmaltz was a veteran of the Eastern Front who understood armored warfare with a professional excellence that few American commanders could match. He positioned his artillery to saturate American positions with fire, while his tanks advanced in coordinated waves, using terrain for cover and maintaining interval to prevent naval gunfire from engaging multiple vehicles simultaneously. The attack nearly succeeded. German armor penetrated to within yards of Gela Beach before naval gunfire stopped the assault. Schmaltz withdrew his surviving tanks in good order, having demonstrated that German forces could threaten Allied positions, even against overwhelming numbers. The attack cost him 16 tanks and several hundred casualties, but it delayed American operations by 12 hours and forced Allied commanders to keep substantial forces defending the beachhead rather than advancing inland. Kesselring flew to Sicily on July 12th to personally assess the situation, landing at an airfield that was under intermittent Allied bombing. What he observed confirmed his strategic judgment. Sicily could not be held. Italian forces were disintegrating faster than predicted, leaving gaps in defensive lines that German units couldn't possibly fill. Allied air superiority meant that German forces moving in daylight suffered devastating casualties from fighter-bomber attacks. The naval gunfire that had stopped Schmaltz's counterattack represented a threat that no amount of tactical skill could overcome. German armor and artillery simply couldn't reach the invasion, beaches against the firepower Allied navies could deliver. But Kesselring also observed that Allied forces were advancing cautiously, especially the British, giving German units time to withdraw and establish new defensive positions. This suggested an opportunity. If German forces could retreat to prepared positions around Messina, they could delay Allied forces long enough to evacuate across the Strait of Messina to mainland Italy. The invasion of Sicily could be transformed from a German defeat into a German escape. The orders Kesselring issued on July 13th represented military heresy by Nazi standards, but strategic genius by professional military criteria. German forces would not attempt to hold their current positions or prevent Allied advances across Sicily. Instead, they would fight a delaying action, making the Allies pay for every mile while withdrawing toward defensive positions, prepared around Mount Etna and Messina. Engineering units would immediately begin constructing ferry facilities on both sides of the Strait of Messina for eventual evacuation. Combat units would destroy roads and bridges as they withdrew, plant minefields on likely approach routes, and position artillery to cover every avenue of advance. Each defensive position would be held just long enough to inflict casualties and delay the Allied advance, then abandoned before encirclement became possible. The objective was not to win, victory was impossible, but to impose a cost-benefit calculation that made conquering Sicily a Pyrrhic victory, to demonstrate that even in retreat, the Wehrmacht could make the Allies bleed. The contrast between German and Italian performance in Sicily became a study in military effectiveness that would influence Allied planning for the rest of the war. Italian soldiers, drafted into a war they had never wanted to fight, defending an island that was being liberated rather than conquered, simply saw no reason to die for Mussolini's collapsing empire. Entire divisions surrendered without firing a shot. Officers abandoned their commands and changed into civilian clothes. Coastal fortifications that had taken years to construct were captured with hardly any resistance. By July 15th, over 30,000 Italian soldiers were prisoners, and that number would exceed 140,000 by campaign's end. Mass surrender on a scale that rendered Italian forces militarily irrelevant. German forces, in stark contrast, fought with professional competence that earned grudging Allied respect. They took heavy casualties, but inflicted casualties in return at ratios that would have been considered favorable in any previous war. Wehrmacht after-action reports from Sicily describe a campaign fought by outnumbered forces under impossible conditions against overwhelming air and naval superiority, yet consistently achieving tactical successes that delayed Allied advances and protected German withdrawals. Kesselring's calculation of acceptable casualties was brutally pragmatic. Every day the Wehrmacht held in Sicily was a day for German forces to strengthen defenses in Italy, to prepare positions on the mainland that would make the Italian campaign a nightmare for Allied forces. If German units in Sicily could hold for 30 days while suffering 5,000 casualties, they would give German command in Italy a month to prepare defenses that might inflict 50,000 Allied casualties. The arithmetic of strategic withdrawal, losing ground to gain time, accepting limited losses to impose greater ones, was the mathematics of a Germany that could no longer win wars, but might still avoid losing them catastrophically. Kesselring was fighting for time to prepare defenses that would turn Italy into a killing ground, to demonstrate that even a retreating Wehrmacht could impose costs that democratic societies might find politically unbearable. Sicily was not the real battle. It was the delaying action before the real battle began. The German defensive technique that proved most effective was the exploitation of Sicily's terrain. The island's interior was mountainous, with roads following narrow valleys and crossing exposed ridges where well-positioned defenders could observe and engage approaching forces from hundreds of yards away. German engineers would blow bridges and culverts, forcing Allied engineers to construct bypasses that took hours or days. While Allies detoured around obstacles, German artillery would shell the approach routes, and snipers would engage officers and radio operators. When Allied forces finally cleared one position, they would advance a mile or two before encountering the next prepared defensive line. Progress was measured in hundreds of yards per day, not the miles that open-ground warfare permitted. Each valley and ridge became a separate battle, and Sicily had hundreds of valleys and ridges between the landing beaches and Messina. Kesselring's forces were turning Sicily's geography into a series of fortresses that couldn't be bypassed, only fought through at terrible cost. By mid-July, Kesselring's withdrawal strategy was succeeding beyond his hopes. German forces had retreated from southern Sicily in good order, preserving their combat strength while Allied forces struggled through difficult terrain against determined resistance. Italian units continued to surrender, but their collapse freed German forces from having to defend long sections of coast and interior. Most significantly, Allied air superiority and naval gunfire, the advantages that made the invasion possible, became less decisive as German forces withdrew from the coast into mountainous interior terrain where naval guns couldn't reach and where aircraft had difficulty distinguishing targets from the rocky landscape. The campaign was developing exactly as Kesselring had predicted. A slow, costly Allied advance toward objectives that German forces were prepared to abandon anyway, all while Wehrmacht units remained intact and capable of fighting again on mainland Italy. Hitler was pleased with reports describing fierce German resistance in Sicily. What the Führer didn't fully understand was that the resistance, fierce though it was, represented not a fight to hold Sicily, but a calculated retreat designed to preserve forces for battles ahead. The strategic implication of Kesselring's gambit would not become fully clear until late August, when the last German forces evacuated Sicily intact. The Allied invasion had achieved its objective of capturing the island, knocking Italy out of the war, and securing Mediterranean shipping lanes. But it had failed in the crucial mission of destroying or capturing the German forces in Sicily. Those 40,000 veteran soldiers who would fight in Italy for another year and a half, inflicting casualties far exceeding anything they suffered in Sicily itself. Kesselring had transformed a strategic defeat into an operational success, preserving his forces while allowing the Allies to capture worthless terrain. The gambit demonstrated a level of strategic thinking that Allied commanders, focused on capturing objectives and winning headlines, had not fully anticipated. Sicily was falling, but the Wehrmacht was escaping, and that escape would haunt Allied operations in Italy for the rest of the war. The real question facing Allied forces in mid-July was not whether they would conquer Sicily, that was inevitable, but whether they would do so before German forces completed their evacuation. That question, and the answer Allied commanders would discover, would determine whether the Sicily campaign was remembered as a triumph or a failure. July 15, 1943. General George Patton stood before his assembled corps and division commanders in a requisitioned Italian villa near Gela, a map of western Sicily spread across the table. His expression radiating the aggressive confidence that both inspired and worried his subordinates. The briefing he was about to deliver would commit the 7th Army to an operation that exceeded his authorized mission, potentially undermined Allied strategy, and reflected his personal ambition more than military necessity. Patton traced a line on the map from Gela westward 100 miles to Palermo, Sicily's capital and largest city, currently defended by demoralized Italian forces and virtually no German troops. He wanted to reach Palermo in 4 days, an advance of 25 miles per day through mountainous terrain, capturing the city in a lightning campaign that would demonstrate American operational mobility and, not coincidentally, generate headlines across the Allied world. His commanders exchanged glances that mixed excitement with concern. The plan was audacious, perhaps brilliant, possibly insubordinate, and definitely dangerous if German forces chose that moment to concentrate against Montgomery's advance in eastern Sicily. But audacity was Patton's defining characteristic, and questioning his plans invited immediate relief from command. The provisional corps Patton assembled for the Palermo operation reflected his bias toward speed and shock over careful preparation. The 2nd Armored Division, commanded by Major General Hugh Gaffey, would lead the advance, tanks and mechanized infantry moving fast along Highway 124, bypassing resistance rather than reducing it, maintaining momentum above all else. The 82nd Airborne Division, recovered from its chaotic drop and reorganized, would advance on the Armored Division's left flank, securing mountain roads and preventing Italian forces from ambushing the main advance. The 3rd Infantry Division, under Major General Lucian Truscott, would advance along the coast, providing security for the armored thrust and capturing port facilities. Supporting these forces would be minimum artillery and logistics. Patton calculated that speed would provide better security than firepower, that Italian forces would flee rather than fight if Americans advanced faster than defenders could organize resistance. The gamble was enormous. If German forces counterattacked the Palermo column while it was extended across 100 miles of mountain roads, the entire force could be cut off and destroyed. But Patton was betting that Kesselring's focus on defending eastern Sicily against Montgomery would leave western Sicily virtually undefended. The advance began on July 17th, with a speed that shocked even Patton's optimistic planning. The 2nd Armored Division covered 50 miles in the first 24 hours, a rate of advance unprecedented in the Sicilian campaign. Tank columns raced through mountain valleys and across exposed plateaus, encountering Italian roadblocks that surrendered after token resistance or simply fled at the sight of approaching armor. Small towns fell without fight. American tanks would enter a town square, local Italian commanders would emerge with white flags, and within an hour the Americans would be moving again toward the next objective. The logistics of such rapid movement were improvised brilliantly by staff officers who abandoned standard supply procedures in favor of whatever worked. Fuel trucks raced forward to refuel tanks at roadside stops. Rations were distributed on the move. Maintenance was conducted during brief halts, with broken-down vehicles left behind for recovery teams following the advance. Everything was subordinated to maintaining momentum, to keeping the armored columns moving before Italian forces could organize coherent defense, or before higher headquarters could order Patton to halt his unauthorized offensive. Patton himself led from the front in ways that both inspired his soldiers and violated every principle of command safety. His jeep was spotted at the head of advancing columns, often under fire, Patton standing to observe the fighting with binoculars, while his driver and bodyguards frantically scanned for threats. On July 19th, his jeep came under artillery fire from Italian positions in the hills overlooking Highway 124. Rather than seek cover, Patton directed his driver toward the sound of the guns, intent on personally reconnoitering the enemy position, until his chief of staff radioed with near-frantic orders to return to headquarters. Patton's personal courage was never in question. He had served in tank combat in World War I, been wounded, received decorations for valor. But his command style in Sicily reflected something beyond courage, a need to personally witness and direct the fighting that suggested either inspirational leadership or dangerous egotism, depending on one's perspective. His soldiers loved him for it, his staff worried constantly, and his superiors wondered whether a general who took such personal risks possessed the judgment necessary for army command. By July 20th, the Palermo offensive had captured 53,000 Italian prisoners at a cost of fewer than 300 American casualties, a ratio that seemed to vindicate Patton's aggressive tactics. But the strategic value of these captures was questionable. The Italian soldiers surrendering in western Sicily were coastal defense troops, poorly trained and equipped, commanded by officers who had already concluded the war was lost. They represented no threat to Allied operations and tied down no German forces. Capturing them was militarily meaningless except as evidence that American forces could move quickly through undefended terrain, hardly a difficult achievement. The real enemy, the German divisions that Kesselring commanded, remained concentrated in eastern Sicily, facing Montgomery's advance. Patton's dash to Palermo was capturing headlines but diverting resources from the campaign's actual objective, which was to trap and destroy German forces before they could escape across the Strait of Messina. Every gallon of fuel, every artillery shell, every supply truck devoted to the Palermo operation was unavailable for operations against German positions in eastern Sicily, where the campaign would actually be decided. The entry into Palermo on July 22nd was staged with theatrical precision that revealed Patton's priorities. Combat photographers were positioned throughout the city. Newsreel cameras recorded Patton's jeep leading American columns through crowds of cheering Sicilian civilians. The general had donned his dress uniform for the occasion, complete with polished helmet, ivory-handled revolvers, and gleaming boots, an image carefully crafted for newspapers and magazines back home. At 7 p.m., he established his headquarters in the Royal Palace, a symbolic gesture that demonstrated American forces now controlled Sicily's capital. His first action was to telephone Eisenhower's headquarters to report the capture, emphasizing the speed of the advance and the massive prisoner haul. His second action was to summon war correspondents to brief them on the 7th Army's stunning success. Within 24 hours, Patton's photograph appeared on the front page of every major American newspaper. The conquering general, who had captured Sicily's largest city in a lightning campaign that recalled Rommel's desert advances or Guderian's drive through France. The publicity was everything Patton had hoped for, validating his aggressive tactics and establishing him as America's most successful combat commander. What the newspapers didn't report, because military censorship prevented it, and because few journalists understood the strategic situation clearly enough to ask, was that Palermo meant nothing. The city was a western port city with no relevance to the campaign's strategic objective. German forces were concentrated 150 miles to the east, near Messina, the only port that mattered because it controlled access to mainland Italy. Capturing Palermo was geographically equivalent to capturing San Francisco during a campaign focused on Seattle, impressive, photogenic, and strategically meaningless. Montgomery's Eighth Army, advancing methodically toward the actual objective at Messina, had made only marginal progress while Patton raced west. The gap between the two Allied armies had widened from 25 miles to nearly 100 miles, creating a dangerous situation where German forces could potentially attack between them. Eisenhower's headquarters issued carefully worded congratulations on Palermo's capture, while privately questioning whether Patton had lost sight of strategic objectives in pursuit of personal glory. The fuel crisis that emerged immediately after Palermo's capture revealed the operational cost of Patton's unauthorized offensive. The race to Palermo had consumed 180,000 gallons of fuel, diesel and gasoline, diverted from stockpiles intended for the advance on Messina. When Patton ordered the 7th Army to turn east toward the strategically relevant objective, his logistics officers reported that fuel shortages would delay operations by 3 to 5 days, while supplies were redirected from Palermo back to eastern Sicily. 3 to 5 days was time Kesselring's forces would use to strengthen defensive positions, evacuate equipment, and prepare the withdrawal toward Messina. The prisoners captured at Palermo required guards, food, and processing, another diversion of resources from combat operations. The 2nd Armored Division needed maintenance after its high-speed dash across Sicily, with dozens of tanks requiring track replacement, engine repairs, and general overhaul. The division that had raced to Palermo would need a week to return to full combat effectiveness, a week during which Montgomery's forces would continue their advance without American support. Montgomery's private assessment of Patton's Palermo operation, recorded in his diary, was scathing. "Patton has gone gallivanting off to Palermo," he wrote on July 23rd, "capturing Italians who were ready to surrender anyway, while leaving my 8th Army to face the real enemy alone." Montgomery's criticism had merit. The strategic plan called for American forces to support the British advance toward Messina, not to conduct independent operations in western Sicily. But Montgomery's own advance had stalled south of Catania against German defensive positions, his methodical tactics proving ineffective against Kesselring's mobile defense. Both generals were pursuing campaigns that maximized their own strengths and publicity, while minimizing cooperation with their Allied partners. The dysfunctional command relationship that had worried Eisenhower during the planning phase was now actively undermining the campaign, with two armies competing against each other rather than coordinating against the enemy. German intelligence officers, monitoring Allied radio traffic and reading captured documents, noted this lack of coordination with professional satisfaction. Divided enemies were easier to defeat than united ones. The irony that would haunt assessments of the Palermo operation for decades was that Patton's aggressive tactics, so successful in western Sicily, would prove poorly suited to eastern Sicily, where actual German resistance waited. The Italian forces that fled before American tanks in the west were categorically different from German units that would contest every mile of the drive toward Messina. Rapid movement through undefended terrain required different skills than deliberate attacks against prepared positions. The fuel consumed reaching Palermo would be desperately needed for the grinding battles ahead. The maintenance time required after the high-speed advance would delay operations when time was critical. Most significantly, the publicity triumph of capturing Palermo created expectations, in the press, in the American public, in Eisenhower's headquarters, that Patton would reach Messina with similar speed and ease. When reality confronted those expectations on the mountain roads of northern Sicily, the psychological impact on Patton would be severe. The general who had achieved glory at Palermo would find that glory a crushing burden when casualty reports began arriving from the fighting along Highway 113. As Patton's headquarters settled into the Royal Palace on July 23rd, establishing communications and preparing for the turn eastward, intelligence officers delivered reports that should have tempered celebration. German forces had not been idle during the Palermo operation. They had consolidated defensive positions from Mount Etna to the northern coast, established a defensive line that would be extremely difficult to breach, and begun constructing evacuation facilities around Messina. The window of opportunity for trapping German forces in Sicily was closing, not because of German strength, but because Allied forces had prioritized headlines over strategy, competition over cooperation, personal glory over operational objectives. Kesselring's gambit was succeeding. He was preserving his forces while the Allies fought each other for publicity. The real test of Patton's generalship was about to begin. Not against demoralized Italian troops, but against Wehrmacht veterans who would transform Sicily's northern coast into a killing ground. The triumph at Palermo would be remembered as the high point of Patton's Sicilian campaign, the moment before reality imposed its terrible price for hubris and miscalculation. July 13, 1943. British infantry of the 50th Northumbrian Division advanced cautiously through olive groves south of Catania, Sicily's second-largest city, and the gateway to the coastal road leading north to Messina. They moved in textbook formation, platoons leapfrogging forward while others provided covering fire, officers checking maps constantly, artillery observers ready to call fire on suspected enemy positions. This was how the British Army fought, with careful preparation and overwhelming firepower, minimizing casualties through methodical tactics perfected over centuries of warfare. But ahead of them, invisible in the rocky terrain and thick vegetation, German forces of the Hermann Göring Panzer Division waited in prepared positions with interlocking fields of fire, registered artillery coordinates, and orders to hold as long as possible before withdrawing to the next defensive line. When the British advance reached a predetermined line, German machine guns opened fire with devastating effect. Within minutes, 30 British soldiers were casualties, and the entire advance ground to a halt as companies took cover and called for artillery support. The battle for Catania, which British planners had expected to last perhaps 2 days, was beginning a stalemate that would last 2 weeks and fundamentally alter the campaign's dynamics. General Bernard Law Montgomery, commanding the British Eighth Army, watched the stalled advance with frustration that his carefully controlled demeanor barely concealed. At 55, Montgomery was Britain's most successful general, victor at El Alamein, conqueror of Rommel's Africa Corps, a methodical tactician who believed in careful preparation and overwhelming force. His army had landed in Sicily with 115,000 men, massive artillery support, and clear orders to drive north to Messina, cutting off Axis retreat and ending the campaign within 2 weeks. But the Hermann Göring Division was proving far more formidable than intelligence assessments had predicted. German defensive positions exploited Sicily's terrain brilliantly. Narrow valleys channeled attacks into killing zones. Rocky ridges provided perfect observation and firing positions, and the volcanic terrain around Mount Etna created natural fortifications that required direct assault to capture. Montgomery's standard tactics, which worked brilliantly in North Africa's open desert, were proving costly and slow in Sicily's mountains and urban terrain. The battle for Primosole Bridge on July 17th revealed both the courage of British forces and the limits of Montgomery's tactical approach. The bridge crossed the Simeto River south of Catania, a strategic choke point that British planners identified as key to the advance. British paratroopers of the 1st Parachute Brigade dropped near the bridge on the night of July 13th, capturing it after fierce fighting with Italian defenders. For 4 hours, they held against counterattacks, waiting for relief from ground forces advancing from the south. Then German forces arrived, infantry and armor from the Hermann Göring Division, supported by artillery, and determined to retake the bridge before British forces could reinforce it. The battle that followed was savage and unequal. Lightly armed paratroopers with rifles and machine guns faced German tanks and heavy weapons. By dawn on July 14th, German forces had retaken the bridge, killing or capturing most of the paratroopers who had defended it so desperately. When British ground forces finally reached Primosole Bridge on July 16th, they faced prepared German positions that required 3 days of frontal assault to capture. British casualties, 1,600 dead and wounded. Ground gained, less than 2 miles. Montgomery's dilemma was that every principle of his military philosophy was being invalidated by the Sicilian terrain and German defensive tactics. He believed in concentration of force, but concentrating forces in Sicily's narrow valleys created traffic jams that German artillery could devastate. He believed in careful preparation, but every day spent preparing gave German forces time to strengthen positions or withdraw to new defensive lines. He believed in overwhelming firepower, but British artillery, however massive, couldn't reach German positions on reverse slopes or in rocky defiles that provided natural protection. Most frustratingly, the American forces that were supposed to be supporting his advance were instead racing west toward Palermo in Patton's unauthorized offensive, leaving Montgomery's western flank exposed and his army fighting alone against concentrated German resistance. By July 22nd, with Patton entering Palermo to headlines and cheering crowds, Montgomery's 8th Army was stalled 15 miles from where it had been 10 days earlier, having suffered over 3,000 casualties with no breakthrough in sight. The request Montgomery sent to Eisenhower's headquarters on July 24th was carefully worded to avoid appearing as a plea for help, but its content was unmistakable. The 8th Army needed American support to overcome German defenses at Catania. Montgomery suggested that Patton's forces, having captured Palermo, should now advance east along Highway 113 on Sicily's northern coast, drawing German reserves away from the British sector and potentially outflanking German positions around Mount Etna. The strategic logic was sound. German forces could not defend both the eastern and northern approaches to Messina simultaneously. But the political reality was humiliating for Montgomery. Britain's most successful general was essentially asking America's most controversial general for assistance, an admission that British forces alone could not break through German defenses. Montgomery's pride struggled with military necessity, and the request reflected both. He offered it as a suggestion for optimal strategy, not as an admission of failure, but everyone who read the message understood what it really meant. The campaign's main effort was failing, and the supporting effort would now have to become primary. Patton's response to Montgomery's request was polite, supportive, and calculatedly slow. He acknowledged the strategic value of an American advance along the northern coast. He promised to redirect the 7th Army eastward as quickly as logistics allowed. He estimated that fuel shortages and maintenance requirements would delay major operations for 3 to 5 days, but assured Montgomery that American forces would soon be fully engaged against German positions. What Patton didn't mention, but what Montgomery surely suspected, was that the delay served Patton's purposes perfectly. Every day Montgomery struggled at Catania, while Patton reorganized after Palermo reinforced the narrative that American mobility and aggression succeeded, where British caution and preparation failed. When American forces did advance eastward, they would be doing so not as support for a British operation, but as an independent offensive that might reach Messina before Montgomery's stalled army could break through at Catania. The race that had been implicit in the campaign planning was now explicit, and Montgomery was losing. The contrast between British and American tactical approaches became a subject of intense debate among Allied officers observing the campaign. British methodology emphasized tidy battles, carefully planned operations with clear objectives, assigned responsibilities, and overwhelming support. Montgomery would not attack until he was confident of success, which meant extensive reconnaissance, artillery preparation, and logistical buildup. This approach minimized casualties in individual battles, but meant that campaigns took longer and gave enemies time to prepare defenses or escape. American methodology, particularly under Patton, emphasized speed and exploitation. Attack quickly with whatever forces were available. Accept higher immediate casualties in exchange for preventing enemies from organizing defense. Maintain momentum even when logistics struggled to keep pace. Both approaches had merits and limitations, but in Sicily's terrain and against Kesselring's mobile defense, neither was proving decisive. German forces were exploiting the gaps and delays inherent in both approaches, withdrawing methodically while inflicting steady casualties that made Allied advances painfully slow. The British soldiers fighting around Catania developed grudging respect for their German opponents that contrasted sharply with their disdain for Italian forces. Italian units collapsed at first contact, surrendering by the thousands, often relieved to be out of the war, and treated as prisoners rather than expected to fight for a regime they had stopped believing in. German units, even when outnumbered and facing certain eventual defeat, fought with professional competence that made every British advance costly. They used terrain brilliantly, positioning machine guns and anti-tank weapons to cover every likely approach. They registered artillery on crossroads and assembly areas, making British movements predictable targets. They fought delaying actions that extracted maximum casualties for minimum risk, then withdrew before British forces could encircle them. One British officer recorded in his diary, "The Italians quit at the first shot. The Germans quit only after making us pay for every yard. Fighting the Wehrmacht is like boxing someone who's better than you and knows it." This professional respect didn't prevent British soldiers from hating their German enemies, but it did create an understanding that conquering Sicily would be far more difficult and costly than initial plans suggested. By late July, Montgomery faced an unpalatable choice: continue the costly frontal assaults at Catania, or request that American forces take over the main effort toward Messina. His military judgment suggested the latter option made strategic sense. American forces on the northern coast could advance on better terrain with less opposition than British forces facing Mount Etna's defenses. But his pride, his reputation, and his determination to maintain British military prestige argued for continuing the direct assault. Montgomery had been given the campaign's main objective precisely because British leadership believed the Eighth Army was superior to American forces. To now step back and let Patton's army lead the advance to Messina would be an admission that American forces were more effective than British, a narrative that British military and political leadership desperately wanted to avoid. The decision Montgomery made in the final week of July would affect not just the Sicily campaign, but the entire Allied command structure for the rest of the war. Whether British generals would continue to hold primary leadership roles, or whether American numerical and material superiority would translate into operational command of future campaigns. The meeting between Montgomery and Patton on July 24th, the first time the two generals had spoken directly since before the invasion, was professionally cordial and privately tense. Montgomery explained the situation at Catania, the German defensive strength, the strategic value of an American advance along the northern coast. Patton listened with his characteristic intensity, asking sharp questions about German positions, supply routes, and coordination between the two armies. What neither general openly discussed but both understood was that they were no longer simply fighting Germans. They were fighting each other for prestige, headlines, and historical legacy. Whoever reached Messina first would be remembered as the victor of the Sicily campaign. Whoever reached Messina second would be remembered as supporting cast. Both men left the meeting determined to win that race, and neither was particularly concerned about whether their competition undermined Allied cooperation or strategic objectives. Eisenhower, monitoring the situation from his headquarters in Algeria, watched his two most difficult generals turn the Sicily campaign into a personal contest, and wondered whether coalition warfare could survive such competing egos. The British soldiers continuing to attack German positions around Catania in late July found themselves fighting not just for tactical objectives but for national pride and their commander's reputation. They advanced through artillery fire and machine gun positions, taking casualties that mounted daily. 50 dead here, 100 wounded there, the steady accumulation of losses that transformed veteran units into hollow shells, requiring constant replacement. The ground gained measured in yards, a hilltop captured after 2 days of fighting, a village secured after a week of house-to-house combat. Each position taken revealed another German defensive line further back. And the realization began to spread through British ranks that this campaign would not be the quick victory that planners had promised. Officers censored letters home to prevent soldiers from writing about the true cost of the advance. But the truth couldn't be hidden from the men doing the fighting. They were advancing toward Messina, but at a pace and cost that made victory feel more like survival than triumph. And somewhere to the west, they knew, Patton's Americans were preparing their own drive toward Messina, a race that would determine which army and which nation would claim the glory that British forces were paying for in blood around Catania's shattered defenses. July 25, 1943. Lieutenant Colonel William Darby, commander of the legendary Ranger battalions, stood on a ridge overlooking Highway 113, where it hugged Sicily's northern coast, a narrow road squeezed between the Tyrrhenian Sea and mountains that rose steeply to heights exceeding 3,000 feet. Through his binoculars, he could see the road stretching east toward Santo Stefano, winding along cliffsides and through small coastal villages, appearing deceptively peaceful in the morning light. This was the route Patton had chosen for the 7th Army's advance to Messina, 45 miles of coastal highway that intelligence reports suggested was lightly defended by Italian units already demoralized and ready to surrender. Darby, who had led Rangers through brutal fighting in North Africa and the Sicily landings, felt uneasy despite the optimistic intelligence. The terrain was perfect for defense. Every curve in the road was a potential ambush site. Every village could be a fortress. Every ridge commanded fields of fire, covering hundreds of yards of exposed highway. German forces, if they chose to defend this route seriously, could turn Highway 113 into a killing ground that would make the advance to Messina a nightmare. Within 72 hours, Darby's instincts would be vindicated in the most terrible way. The 45th Infantry Division led the American advance east from Palermo on July 25th, confident after the easy victory in western Sicily and eager to reach Messina before Montgomery's British forces. The division, nicknamed the Thunderbirds, comprised National Guard units from Oklahoma, New Mexico, Arizona, and Colorado, citizen soldiers who had trained for 2 years and fought successfully in their first combat operations. Their commander, Major General Troy Middleton, was a careful, competent officer who followed Patton's aggressive philosophy without Patton's recklessness. The division advanced in column along Highway 113, tanks and trucks packed on the narrow road, infantry marching alongside, artillery following behind. A formation designed for speed rather than security, reflecting expectations that Italian defenders would collapse as they had around Palermo. By evening of July 25th, advance elements had covered 15 miles with only minor resistance. Middleton reported to Patton's headquarters that the division expected to reach Santo Stefano by July 27th, maintaining the rapid pace that had characterized operations in western Sicily. That report would be the last optimistic assessment 7th Army headquarters received for 3 weeks. The first encounter with serious German defenses occurred at Santo Stefano on July 28th. The town occupied a commanding position where the highway crossed a promontory jutting into the sea, with hills rising immediately behind, providing observation and artillery positions. German forces of the 29th Panzer Grenadier Division had fortified the town and surrounding heights with methodical thoroughness. Machine gun positions covering every approach, anti-tank guns positioned to engage vehicles on the highway at ranges exceeding 800 yards. Artillery registered on every meter of road approaching the town. Demolitions prepared to destroy the highway if defenders had to withdraw. When the 45th Division's lead battalion approached Santo Stefano on the morning of July 28th, it encountered fire so intense and accurate that the advance stopped within minutes. Artillery erupted from the hills behind the town, walking shells along the exposed highway with devastating precision. Machine gun and rifle fire pinned infantry attempting to flank the position. Anti-tank guns destroyed 4 Sherman tanks in the first hour of fighting, their burning hulks blocking the highway and creating traffic jams that German artillery exploited mercilessly. The battle for Santo Stefano would last 4 days and cost the 45th Division over 300 casualties for the capture of a single small town. American infantry attempted frontal assaults that broke against prepared German positions like waves against rocks. Artillery bombardments expended thousands of shells, but failed to suppress German defensive fire. Naval gunfire from destroyers offshore damaged some positions, but couldn't reach artillery on reverse slopes. Each attack gained a few yards at terrible cost. Then German counterattacks restored the previous lines. Soldiers who had advanced confidently from Palermo now learned what it meant to fight against professional German defenders on terrain of their choosing. A single company attacking a German-held ridge on July 30th suffered 53 casualties in 2 hours, 30% losses for no ground gained, and that casualty rate was becoming depressingly normal. When Santo Stefano finally fell on August 1st, advancing Americans found that German forces had withdrawn during the night to new defensive positions at San Fratello, 5 miles east. The terrible fighting had accomplished nothing except imposing casualties and delay, exactly what Kesselring's strategy intended. San Fratello represented defensive engineering at its most sophisticated and deadly. The town sat astride a ridge that dominated Highway 113 for miles in either direction. German positions positioned on heights that provided observation across the entire American sector. The ridge itself was nearly impassable. Steep slopes, limited approach routes, every potential attack corridor covered by interlocking machine gun positions and pre-registered artillery. German defenders had been given days to prepare, while American forces fought at Santo Stefano, using that time to construct bunkers, lay minefields, position anti-tank obstacles, and establish multiple defensive lines so that penetrating one position only exposed attackers to fire from the next. Attacking San Fratello would require American forces to advance up exposed slopes under direct observation and fire, a tactical nightmare that guaranteed heavy casualties regardless of how carefully the assault was planned. Patton, monitoring the slow advance from his headquarters in Palermo, began to realize that Highway 113 was not the swift route to glory he had imagined, but a killing ground, where German forces could delay American advances indefinitely while inflicting politically unsustainable casualties. The American tactical response to German defenses along Highway 113 revealed both the limits and strengths of U.S. military doctrine. American forces had been trained to rely on firepower superiority, massive artillery bombardments, close air support, naval gunfire, to suppress enemy defenses before infantry assaulted. But German positions along the north coast often couldn't be effectively engaged by American firepower. Artillery positions on reverse slopes were immune to direct fire. Machine gun nests in rocky terrain were difficult to spot, and nearly impossible to destroy without direct assault. Air support was effective only when targets could be clearly identified, which German camouflage discipline made rare. Naval gunfire, though devastating when it could reach targets, was limited by maximum elevation of naval guns, and by the fact that many German positions were beyond the range of ships safely navigating the coastal waters. American infantry, expected to assault after firepower preparation had neutralized defenses, instead found themselves attacking positions that remained fully capable of resistance despite hours of bombardment. The casualty rates reflected this tactical reality. 200 to 300 Americans killed or wounded daily throughout early August, losses that exceeded the entire Palermo operation's casualties within a week. The psychological impact of the Highway 113 fighting was profound and disturbing. Soldiers who had experienced the exhilaration of rapid advance and easy victory now confronted the grinding horror of attritional warfare, the daily routine of advancing a few hundred yards at terrible cost, bivouacking under German artillery fire, waking to attack again, knowing that today's objective might cost 20 or 30 casualties from your company. Combat fatigue cases, soldiers who broke psychologically under the stress of continuous combat, began appearing in numbers that alarmed medical officers. 12,000 men were evacuated for combat fatigue in 3 weeks of fighting along the north coast, nearly 10% of the 7th Army's strength, a rate that threatened to destroy combat effectiveness as surely as casualties. Soldiers developed the characteristic symptoms: uncontrollable shaking, inability to respond to orders, catatonic withdrawal, violent outbursts. Some men shot themselves in the foot or hand to escape the fighting, self-inflicted wounds that medics learned to recognize and that commanders addressed with threats of court-martial. The easy victories of June and July had not prepared American forces, psychological or tactical, for the brutal reality of fighting German veterans on advantageous terrain. Patton's response to mounting casualties and slow progress was characteristic. He demanded greater speed, more aggressive tactics, acceptance of higher casualties to maintain momentum. His orders to division commanders throughout early August emphasized that the 7th Army would reach Messina before Montgomery regardless of cost, that American forces would prove their superiority to the British through speed and audacity, that hesitation was more dangerous than casualties. He visited frontline units personally, sometimes under fire, delivering profanity-laced speeches that challenged soldiers' courage and questioned their willingness to fight. Some soldiers found this inspiring, responding to Patton's aggressive example with renewed determination. Others found it insulting and tone-deaf, an indifference to casualties by a general more concerned with headlines than lives. Omar Bradley, commanding the Second Corps under Patton, privately questioned whether the push to Messina justified the casualties being suffered, whether reaching Messina days or weeks earlier was worth hundreds of American lives. But Bradley kept his concerns private, unwilling to challenge Patton's authority or be seen as lacking aggressiveness, a decision he would later describe as one of his greatest regrets. The fighting around San Fratello reached its climax during August 5th through August 8th, in a battle that exemplified the attritional warfare characterizing the North Coast advance. American forces attacked the German positions repeatedly, suffering casualties each time, but gaining minimal ground. German defenders held their positions with determination that bordered on fanaticism, understanding that every hour they delayed the American advance gave German forces elsewhere time to withdraw toward Messina. Artillery duels destroyed buildings and churned earth, but rarely achieved decisive results. Infantry attacks broke against defensive positions like previous assaults, each one leaving dead and wounded on slopes that were becoming mass graves. By August 7th, American commanders concluded that San Fratello could not be taken by frontal assault without catastrophic casualties and requested permission to attempt an amphibious flanking operation, landing troops behind German lines to force withdrawal. Patton approved the operation immediately, seeing in it the opportunity for tactical innovation that might restore momentum and vindicate his aggressive strategy. The amphibious landing at Sant'Agata on August 8th would prove partially successful. German forces did withdraw from San Fratello to avoid encirclement, but the pattern remained unchanged: tactical success, operational delay, steady accumulation of casualties that made reaching Messina a goal purchased in blood. The cost of the Highway 113 advance, measured in human suffering rather than statistics, revealed warfare at its most brutal and senseless. A rifle company that had left Palermo with 190 men effective would reach Messina with 80, the rest dead, wounded, or evacuated for combat fatigue. Small unit leaders, sergeants and lieutenants who led squads and platoons, suffered disproportionate casualties because German snipers targeted anyone who appeared to be giving orders or making decisions. Artillery fire killed randomly and without warning, shells arriving with no sound except the brief whistle before impact, transforming living men into casualties in milliseconds. The fighting in towns was particularly horrific. House-to-house combat, where every room might contain enemies, where grenades were thrown through windows before entry, where civilians sometimes died alongside soldiers and buildings turned into fortresses. Medics worked under fire to save wounded men, often becoming casualties themselves, as German positions targeted anyone carrying the distinctive medical bags that identified them. The wounded waited for evacuation while battles continued around them, some dying before they could be moved, others evacuated to field hospitals, where overwhelmed surgeons performed triage that determined who might live and who would be made comfortable while dying. This was the reality that newspaper accounts describing the advance toward Messina couldn't convey, the daily horror that gradually broke even strong men, and that would haunt survivors for decades. By mid-August, as American forces finally pushed beyond the San Fratello defenses and continued east toward Messina, the 7th Army had been transformed by its experience on Highway 113. The confident, aggressive force that had captured Palermo had become a grim, exhausted army that had learned the terrible difference between fighting Italian units ready to surrender and German units determined to make every yard cost blood. Patton's reputation among his soldiers had shifted from hero to butcher, his aggressive tactics seen less as brilliant leadership and more as reckless disregard for casualties. The race to Messina continued, but it had become less about glory and more about survival, less about beating Montgomery, and more about simply enduring until the campaign ended. The North Coast horror had revealed truths about modern warfare that American military doctrine had not fully appreciated, that mobility and firepower couldn't overcome determined defense on favorable terrain, that speed purchased with casualties was often illusory success, that winning battles didn't necessarily mean winning campaigns. These lessons, learned at terrible cost in Sicily, would influence American tactics for the rest of the war. But for the soldiers fighting along Highway 113 in August 1943, such lessons were cold comfort. They knew only that they had been ordered to advance, that Germans were trying to kill them, and that Messina remained miles away through terrain that offered Germans countless more opportunities to inflict the casualties that Kesselring's strategy demanded. August 8, 1943. Aboard the destroyer USS Philadelphia off Sicily's northern coast, Patton stood with Rear Admiral Lyle Davidson, studying nautical charts that showed the coastline east of San Fratello, beaches suitable for amphibious landings behind German defensive lines, small coves where landing craft could deposit infantry and light vehicles, points where American forces could materialize in German rear areas and force the withdrawal that frontal assaults were failing to achieve. The concept was tactically brilliant. Use Allied naval superiority to bypass German strong points, land troops behind enemy lines, threaten encirclement, and force Germans to abandon prepared positions or risk being cut off. Patton had been advocating for such operations since the fighting along Highway 113 began, arguing that innovative combined arms warfare could overcome the tactical stalemate that was costing hundreds of casualties daily. Davidson, whose ships had provided devastating fire support throughout the campaign, agreed that amphibious end runs could work if properly coordinated. The plan they developed that afternoon would be executed within 72 hours. 600 troops landed at Sant'Agata di Militello, 12 miles behind current German lines, supported by naval gunfire and coordinated with frontal attacks by the 3rd Infantry Division. It was the kind of tactical innovation that military theorists praised and that soldiers on the ground hoped would finally break the bloody pattern of frontal assaults. The Sant'Agata landing began at 4 a.m. on August 11th, with a naval bombardment that announced the operation to German forces with devastating clarity. Destroyers and cruisers fired hundreds of shells at suspected defensive positions around the landing beach, creating explosions that lit the pre-dawn darkness and sent shock waves rolling across the water. The landing craft, carrying 2 battalions of the 30th Infantry Regiment, approached through the bombardment. Soldiers packed shoulder to shoulder, knowing they were about to wade ashore behind enemy lines, with no immediate reinforcement if the landing went wrong. The beaches were undefended. German forces had not anticipated an amphibious assault at this location, and by 5 a.m., American troops were ashore and advancing inland toward Highway 113. 6 Sherman tanks had been landed directly onto the beach from specialized landing craft, an engineering achievement that gave the landing force mobile firepower for the first time in such operations. By 6 a.m., forward elements were approaching the highway, preparing to cut German supply lines and threaten the rear of positions that had been holding up the 3rd Infantry Division's advance for days. But German forces responded with a speed and tactical sophistication that revealed how effectively Kesselring's mobile defense doctrine worked even against innovative Allied tactics. German commanders monitoring the bombardment immediately recognized what was happening, an amphibious flanking operation designed to cut their withdrawal route. Rather than attempting to hold positions that were now vulnerable to encirclement, German units began withdrawing eastward before the American landing force could block Highway 113. Rearguard elements engaged the Americans with enough intensity to cover the withdrawal, but avoided decisive combat that might prevent the main force from escaping. By noon on August 11th, the race was on, American forces advancing from the landing beach toward the highway, German forces retreating along that highway toward positions further east, both sides moving with desperate urgency toward a confrontation that would determine whether the amphibious operation achieved its objective of trapping German units or merely forced them to abandon positions they were preparing to leave anyway. The result was frustratingly incomplete. American forces did cut Highway 113 briefly, capturing portions of the road and interdicting German movement for several hours. German rearguards fought with determination to reopen the route, engaging in close-quarters combat at roadblocks and crossroads, while their main units detoured through mountain roads and paths to bypass the American blocking positions. By evening of August 11th, German forces had re-established control of Highway 113 east of Sant'Agata and were withdrawing in good order toward new defensive positions near Brolo, 8 miles further east. The amphibious landing had accomplished its immediate tactical objective, forcing German abandonment of the San Fratello defenses, but had failed its strategic purpose of trapping and destroying German forces. The pattern that would characterize all subsequent amphibious operations in Sicily was established. Tactical innovation and execution succeeded, but German forces responded quickly enough to avoid decisive defeat, withdrawing to continue the fight from new positions. It was mobile defense perfected. Trade space for time, inflict casualties during withdrawal, preserve combat power for future operations. The naval gunfire support that made amphibious flanking operations possible represented combined arms warfare at its most effective. Destroyers would race along the coast parallel to landing forces, firing at German positions identified by shore spotters or aerial observers. The psychological impact on German defenders was profound. Naval shells arrived without warning, their trajectories too flat and fast to allow hearing them approach, exploding with devastating effect that sent shrapnel scything through any troops caught in the open. German soldiers who had faced artillery fire throughout the war described naval gunfire as categorically more terrifying because it could strike anywhere, anytime, without the warning sounds that allowed soldiers to take cover. The USS Philadelphia alone fired 6,000 rounds supporting the Sant'Agata operation in 48 hours, an average of one shell every 30 seconds around the clock. German after-action reports consistently identified naval gunfire as the most significant threat to their defensive operations, more dangerous than air power or artillery, because ships could reposition quickly and deliver sustained fire with ammunition supplies limited only by what they could carry, not by the logistics of moving shells forward over damaged roads. The second major amphibious operation at Brolo on August 16th would prove even more ambitious and more nearly disastrous. Lieutenant Colonel Lyle Bernard's 2nd Battalion, 30th Infantry Regiment, 750 men, would land behind German lines with a mission to block Highway 113 and hold until relieved by the 3rd Infantry Division advancing from the west. The landing occurred at 3 a.m. on August 16th, achieving complete surprise, Bernard's force moving inland rapidly to establish roadblocks and defensive positions. For 6 hours, the operation succeeded brilliantly. German supply convoys were ambushed, communications were disrupted, and German commanders faced the prospect of their defensive positions being outflanked yet again. But then the pattern that had characterized Sant'Agata repeated with more dangerous consequences. German forces withdrew from positions facing the 3rd Infantry Division, not in panic, but in organized columns, approaching Bernard's blocking positions with intention to break through rather than detour around them. By noon on August 16th, Bernard's isolated battalion was fighting for survival against German forces that vastly outnumbered them, and were determined to keep Highway 113 open. The battle that developed around Brolo on August 16th revealed both the potential and the peril of amphibious flanking operations. Bernard's battalion, dug into hastily prepared positions, fought with desperation born of knowing they were 12 miles ahead of friendly forces and surrounded by Germans intent on destroying them. Naval gunfire from offshore destroyers provided the only heavy support available, shells falling so close to American positions that Bernard's troops could feel the heat of explosions. German forces attacked repeatedly, probing for weaknesses, attempting to overwhelm the defensive perimeter through sheer pressure. American casualties mounted steadily, 10 dead, 20 wounded, 30 wounded, the numbers climbing throughout the afternoon as medical supplies dwindled and ammunition ran low. By evening, with the 3rd Infantry Division still hours away from link-up, Bernard radioed that his position was becoming untenable, that German forces were preparing what appeared to be a final assault that would overrun his defenses unless reinforcement arrived immediately. The destroyer USS Schubrick responded by moving to within 2,000 yards of shore, effectively point-blank range for naval operations, and firing directly at German positions with such intensity that shells were landing every few seconds, creating a wall of steel and explosive that German forces couldn't penetrate. The relief of Bernard's battalion on the evening of August 17th by advance elements of the 3rd Infantry Division was celebrated as a successful amphibious operation, and technically it was. The landing had forced German withdrawal from yet another defensive position, inflicted casualties, and demonstrated American tactical flexibility. But the operation had nearly ended in catastrophe, with an entire battalion almost destroyed by German forces that adapted to the amphibious threat faster than American planners anticipated. Bernard's casualties were severe: 53 dead, 97 wounded, losses exceeding 15% of his force in 36 hours of combat. These were crack troops, veteran infantry of the 3rd Infantry Division, and losing them at such rates was unsustainable. More concerning from an operational perspective, German forces had again escaped encirclement. They withdrew from Brolo toward positions near Patton, continuing the pattern of trading space for time while preserving combat strength. Kesselring's mobile defense was defeating innovative Allied tactics through superior execution. German forces were consistently withdrawing just quickly enough to avoid being trapped, just slowly enough to inflict maximum casualties and delay. The fundamental problem with amphibious flanking operations became clear through repeated execution. They required German cooperation to succeed decisively. If German forces chose to stand and fight, they could inflict severe casualties on isolated American landing forces before those forces could be relieved. If German forces withdrew before being trapped, the amphibious operations achieved only temporary interdiction and forced withdrawals that German commanders were planning anyway. The timing was impossibly difficult. Land too early and German forces had time to respond, land too late and German forces had already withdrawn. Coordination between landing forces and forces advancing overland required communication and synchronization that battlefield conditions made nearly impossible. Weather, seas, equipment failures, any of dozens of factors could delay landings or advances, creating gaps that German forces exploited. The 3rd amphibious operation, planned for August 20th, was canceled when intelligence indicated German forces had already withdrawn from the targeted area, rendering the landing pointless. Patton's innovative tactics were working tactically, but failing strategically because they couldn't overcome the fundamental reality. German forces controlled the tempo of withdrawal, advancing only as fast as Kesselring's timeline required, making it nearly impossible to trap them, regardless of Allied tactical skill. The soldiers who participated in the amphibious operations developed complex feelings about them. On one hand, landing behind enemy lines was terrifying in a way that differed from regular combat. The knowledge that you were isolated, that immediate support was unavailable, that German forces might appear from any direction. On the other hand, the operations often involved less sustained combat than the grinding battles along Highway 113. Quick actions followed by withdrawal or relief rather than days of continuous fighting. Veterans of both types of operations couldn't agree which was worse: the sudden intensity of amphibious operations or the prolonged horror of frontal assaults. What they did agree on was that both types of combat were costly, that reaching Messina was taking far longer and costing far more than anyone had predicted, and that German forces seemed able to delay American advances indefinitely, despite being outnumbered, outgunned, and facing inevitable strategic defeat. The innovation that amphibious operations represented, the combined arms warfare that utilized naval power in support of ground operations, was genuinely impressive from a military professional's perspective. But from a soldier's perspective, it was just another way to get killed while Germans withdrew to fight another day. By late August, with Messina finally in sight and German evacuation across the strait accelerating, Allied commanders began assessing the amphibious flanking operations with mixed conclusions. The operations had demonstrated American tactical flexibility and innovation, validating theories of combined arms warfare that would influence operations from Normandy to the Pacific. They had forced German withdrawals faster than frontal assaults alone could have achieved, potentially saving casualties that would have occurred in more conventional operations. They had provided valuable experience in coordinating naval, ground, and air forces for complex operations under combat conditions. But they had also failed in their primary objective: trapping and destroying German forces before they could escape Sicily. Every amphibious operation had landed successfully, established blocking positions, threatened German rear areas, and yet German forces had escaped every time, withdrawing with enough speed and skill to avoid encirclement while inflicting casualties that made Allied advances Pyrrhic victories. Kesselring was winning the strategic battle while losing the tactical engagements, preserving his forces while the Allies captured worthless terrain. The amphibious operations, innovative though they were, had proven insufficient to overcome German mobile defense doctrine, executed by professional soldiers on terrain that favored defense. The lessons would influence future operations. But for the men who had participated in those desperate landings behind German lines, the lessons learned were personal and immediate. Innovation couldn't substitute for overwhelming force. Tactical success didn't guarantee strategic victory. And German military excellence was a reality that Allied commanders had underestimated throughout the campaign. August 3, 1943, 11 a.m. General George Patton entered the 15th Evacuation Hospital near Nicosia, a tent facility 3 miles behind the front lines where wounded soldiers received initial treatment before evacuation to rear area hospitals. He had come to visit wounded troops, a duty he performed regularly, believing that soldiers appreciated seeing their commanding general and that such visits built morale and demonstrated command concern. Patton moved through the receiving tent where doctors triaged incoming casualties, speaking briefly with men on stretchers, offering encouragement, asking about their wounds and units. His presence was commanding, his speech encouraging, his questions showing genuine interest in the soldiers he commanded. Then he reached a soldier sitting on a bench near the entrance. Private Charles Kuhl, 26th Infantry Regiment, admitted the morning, complaining of combat fatigue. Kuhl sat slumped, staring at nothing, not wounded visibly, not bleeding or bandaged, just sitting, while around him, men with terrible wounds waited for treatment. Patton stopped, looked at Kuhl, and asked what was wrong. Kuhl's response, "It's my nerves," triggered something in Patton that transformed concern into rage in seconds. The general who, moments before, had been encouraging wounded soldiers suddenly exploded, screaming that there was nothing wrong with Kuhl, that he was a coward, that he was avoiding combat, while real soldiers fought and died. Then Patton struck Kuhl across the face with his glove, called him a yellow bastard, and threatened to have him shot for cowardice. The medical personnel who witnessed Patton's assault on Kuhl were stunned into momentary silence. Colonel Donald Currier, the hospital commander, intervened immediately, stepping between Patton and Kuhl, explaining that Kuhl had been examined and admitted according to proper medical procedures, that combat fatigue was a recognized condition requiring treatment. Patton was unmoved. He ordered Currier not to admit Kuhl, to send him back to his unit immediately, to make an example of him as a coward. Currier refused with professional courtesy but absolute determination. His hospital would treat all soldiers according to medical judgment, not command preference. Patton stalked from the hospital still raging, leaving behind a stunned medical staff and a humiliated soldier. What no one mentioned, because examining Kuhl more carefully was now necessary, was that Kuhl wasn't malingering. His medical chart showed chronic dysentery and malaria, his temperature was 102.2 degrees Fahrenheit, and his psychological symptoms were the result of physical illness compounded by exhaustions and stress. Kuhl was sick, not cowardly, a distinction that Patton's rage had prevented him from recognizing. Currier filed an official report with 7th Army headquarters that evening, documenting what had occurred. The report would reach Eisenhower within days, creating a crisis that would threaten Patton's career and reveal the terrible psychological pressures that command in modern warfare imposed on even the most seemingly confident generals. 7 days later, on August 10th at 1 p.m., Patton repeated the performance with worse consequences. At the 93rd Evacuation Hospital, he encountered Private Paul Bennett, 1st Division Artillery, another soldier hospitalized for combat fatigue. Bennett had been in continuous combat since the July 10th landings, his unit constantly under fire, his psychological state deteriorating to the point where he couldn't function. He sat sobbing uncontrollably, unable to speak coherently, exhibiting classic symptoms of psychological breakdown. Patton's reaction was immediate and violent. He screamed at Bennett, calling him a coward, accusing him of faking illness to avoid combat. Then Patton struck Bennett twice across the head, once with his fist and once with his glove. When Bennett continued sobbing, unable to respond, Patton drew his ivory-handled revolver, threatened to shoot Bennett on the spot, and had to be physically restrained by nurses and doctors who feared the general was having his own psychological breakdown. Patton left the hospital raging about cowards and malingerers, while behind him, Bennett continued sobbing, traumatized now, not just by combat, but by assault from his own commanding general. Colonel Currier filed a second official report, this one more detailed and more damning than the first, documenting not just Patton's actions, but his threats of lethal violence against a hospitalized soldier. The report concluded that Patton's behavior suggested he was unfit for command, that his judgment was compromised by stress, and that immediate action was required to protect soldiers from their own general. The context for Patton's explosions was the mounting pressure of the Sicily campaign's brutal reality. By early August, the race to Messina that Patton had confidently predicted would be won quickly and gloriously had become a grinding, costly slog through German defenses that refused to break. Casualties were mounting, 200 to 300 daily, without corresponding progress. The amphibious flanking operations were achieving tactical successes but strategic disappointments. Montgomery's British forces, advancing along the eastern coast, were making better progress than Patton's army, threatening to reach Messina first and claim the victory that Patton desperately needed. Combat fatigue cases were appearing at rates that alarmed medical officers. 15,000 soldiers evacuated for psychological conditions in 3 weeks, nearly 10% of 7th Army's strength. To Patton, trained in an earlier era when psychological casualties were considered cowardice, these numbers represented moral failure rather than medical reality. He had issued a memorandum to Corps commanders on August 6th, ordering that combat fatigue cases be handled at frontline aid stations rather than evacuated to hospitals, describing psychological breakdown as cowardice that unit commanders must address through discipline rather than treatment. The slapping incidents were Patton attempting to enforce his beliefs about courage and cowardice, using violence to make an example he believed would restore combat effectiveness. That his beliefs were wrong, that combat fatigue was a real medical condition rather than moral failure, that his violence traumatized rather than inspired, these realities hadn't penetrated the armor of certainty that Patton wore like his uniform. Eisenhower received the official reports on August 16th, the day American forces were fighting desperately at Brolo and racing toward Messina against Montgomery's advancing British Army. He read them in his office in Algiers, his face reportedly growing pale as he absorbed the implications. Patton had physically assaulted hospitalized soldiers, threatened lethal violence, and demonstrated behavior that was potentially criminal and certainly unacceptable for a general officer. But Patton was also Eisenhower's most aggressive and effective combat commander, the general leading the race to Messina, the personality whose absence from command might delay operations or undermine morale. Eisenhower faced an agonizing decision: court-martial Patton and lose his best tactical commander during a critical campaign, or deal with the situation privately and risk political explosion if the incidents became public. He chose a middle course that reflected both professional judgment and personal loyalty. He wrote Patton a private letter of reprimand, ordering him to apologize personally to Kuhl, Bennett, the medical staff who witnessed the incidents, and to every division in the 7th Army. The letter was scathing in its criticism. I am well aware of the necessity for hardness and toughness on the battlefield, but this does not excuse brutality, abuse of the sick, nor exhibition of uncontrollable temper in front of subordinates. Eisenhower made clear that Patton's career survival depended on the incidents remaining private, and on Patton's willingness to acknowledge his error and make comprehensive amends. The press corps in Sicily learned about the slapping incidents within days. Too many people had witnessed them for secrecy to hold. But the major newspaper correspondents, after meeting with Eisenhower, agreed to suppress the story. Their reasoning was complex. Reporting the incidents might damage morale, undermine a successful general during active operations, and provide propaganda material to the enemy. But there was also calculation. The correspondents traded their silence for Eisenhower's future cooperation, establishing a relationship of mutual benefit that served both military and journalistic interests. The arrangement worked for 3 months, an extraordinary period of voluntary press censorship during a war when journalists were supposed to report truth regardless of consequences. The silence wouldn't last forever. Too explosive a story. Too many people who knew. Too much potential for someone to break the gentleman's agreement for competitive advantage or moral conviction. But for 3 months, Patton's career hung suspended by a thread of mutual interest and collective decision that the story was too damaging to tell, at least while Sicily remained uncaptured and American soldiers remained in combat. Patton's apology tour during late August was humiliating for a general who prided himself on dominance and command presence. He assembled the 15th Evacuation Hospital staff and apologized for his behavior, acknowledging his error in judgment, though notably not admitting that combat fatigue was a legitimate medical condition. He visited Cool and Bennett privately, apologizing to each, though both soldiers found the apologies perfunctory and unconvincing. Most significantly, he assembled each division of the 7th Army separately, stood before thousands of soldiers, and read a prepared statement acknowledging his misconduct and apologizing for bringing discredit to the Army. The reactions varied. Some soldiers appreciated the apology and respected Patton's willingness to acknowledge error. Others viewed it as forced and insincere. Still others refused to salute or show any respect for a general who had attacked hospitalized soldiers. The divisions that had suffered the highest casualties along Highway 113 were coldest in their reception, their experiences creating a divide between Patton's aggressive rhetoric and the bloody reality of his tactics. The apology tour achieved Eisenhower's immediate objective of containing the scandal and demonstrating that Patton had been disciplined. But it did nothing to heal the psychological wounds Patton had inflicted on Cool and Bennett, on the medical personnel who witnessed the assaults, or on Patton himself, whose certainties about courage and cowardice were colliding with realities he couldn't accommodate. The long-term consequences of the slapping incidents wouldn't become fully apparent until November, when radio broadcaster Drew Pearson broke the story nationally, igniting a firestorm of public outrage that threatened to end Patton's career. But even in August, the immediate consequences were significant. Patton was relieved as 7th Army commander once Sicily was conquered, replaced by Omar Bradley despite Patton's senior rank. He was passed over for command of the 5th Army that would invade Italy, that position going to Mark Clark, a less experienced but less controversial general. Most significantly, Patton was left without command for 8 months, from September 1943 to April 1944, watching from the sidelines while other generals led armies in Italy and planned the invasion of France. The incidents revealed Patton's character flaws, his inability to accept psychological realities that didn't match his preconceptions, his willingness to use violence to enforce his will, his prioritization of perceived discipline over human compassion. They also revealed the impossible pressures of command in modern warfare, the responsibility for thousands of lives, the demands for success measured in objectives captured and headlines generated, the psychological burden of sending men to die, while knowing that hesitation or caution would be criticized as weakness. Patton's breakdown, for that was what the incidents represented, was a window into command psychology that military culture preferred to keep hidden. Generals were supposed to be confident, decisive, unyielding. The reality that they were human, fallible, capable of psychological breakdown under extreme stress, this was truth that undermined the mythology of command and suggested that perhaps the entire system of military leadership needed examination rather than accepting that individuals occasionally failed. The soldiers most directly affected by the slapping incidents carried psychological scars long after the physical marks faded. Cool returned to his unit after recovering from malaria and dysentery, serving creditably for the rest of the war, but never speaking publicly about the incident until decades later. Bennett was eventually evacuated from Sicily for psychiatric treatment. His military career effectively ended by a psychological breakdown that military culture of the era viewed as shameful rather than tragic. The medical personnel who witnessed the incidents continued treating combat fatigue casualties according to proper medical procedures, but they did so with the knowledge that command attitudes could override medical judgment, that soldiers suffering legitimate psychological injuries might face violence rather than treatment if generals decided to make examples of them. The broader impact on 7th Army was difficult to measure, but certainly present. Soldiers knew their commanding general had assaulted hospitalized troops, knew that Eisenhower had disciplined Patton, knew that the incidents were being suppressed rather than properly investigated. This created a cynicism about military justice and command accountability that undermined the very discipline and morale that Patton had claimed to be defending. The tragedy of the slapping incidents wasn't just what Patton did to 2 individual soldiers, horrific though that was. The tragedy was what the incidents revealed about military culture's inability to recognize and address psychological casualties, about command pressures that could transform even capable generals into abusive leaders, and about institutional priorities that valued winning headlines over protecting soldiers from their own commanders. These were lessons the military would take decades to fully learn, if they ever learned them at all. August 10th, 1943. In his headquarters at Palermo's Royal Palace, Patton gathered his corps and division commanders for what would become the defining briefing of the Sicily campaign's final phase. He stood before a large map of eastern Sicily, pointer in hand, tracing the routes both American and British forces would take toward Messina, 40 miles distant for the 7th Army, 50 miles for Montgomery's 8th Army. His message was blunt and unambiguous. "Gentlemen, we are going to beat the British to Messina. I don't care how we do it. I don't care what it costs. But the 7th Army will enter Messina before Montgomery's forces. This is not a suggestion. It's an order." The commanders exchanged glances, some excited by the challenge, others concerned about prioritizing a race over military effectiveness, all understanding that Patton's obsession with beating Montgomery had become more important than the campaign's actual strategic objective of trapping German forces. No one mentioned that obvious reality. Beating the British to Messina by hours or days meant nothing if 40,000 German soldiers escaped across the Strait of Messina to fight another day in Italy. The race had become an end in itself, competing armies more focused on each other than on the enemy they were supposedly fighting together. It was coalition warfare at its most dysfunctional, and it would shape the campaign's final 2 weeks in ways that ensured neither strategic success nor genuine victory. Montgomery's situation on August 10th was both better and worse than Patton's. Better because his 8th Army had finally broken through the German defenses at Catania, beginning the advance up Highway 114 toward Messina, with the worst defensive positions now behind them. Better because his methodical tactics had resulted in lower casualty rates than American forces suffered along Highway 113, preserving combat strength for the final push. Worse because the breakthrough had taken 2 weeks longer than planned, giving Patton's forces time to reorganize after Palermo and position themselves for their own advance. Worse because Montgomery's reputation was suffering from comparisons with Patton's aggressive operations, the British general appearing cautious while the American appeared bold. Montgomery understood that reaching Messina first had become crucial not just for military reasons, but for preserving British military prestige against the rising dominance of American forces in the Allied coalition. His orders to subordinate commanders were carefully worded but clear in intent. Maintain steady pressure, accept calculated risks to increase pace of advance, understand that reaching Messina quickly serves strategic purposes beyond simply capturing terrain. Both generals had transformed the Sicily campaign into a race, and neither seemed concerned that their competition was helping Kesselring achieve his objective of preserving German forces for future battles. The terrain between both armies and Messina presented different challenges that would influence the race's outcome. Montgomery's route along Highway 114 followed Sicily's eastern coast, relatively level ground with fewer mountain barriers than the northern route, but still requiring passage through towns and past defensive positions that Germans had fortified during their withdrawal. American forces advancing along Highway 113 faced more difficult terrain. Steep mountains, narrow coastal roads, numerous points where small German forces could delay large American columns. But the American route was also shorter, and Patton's aggressive tactics were better suited to exploitation and rapid movement than Montgomery's methodical approach. Intelligence reports indicated that German forces were thinning their defensive lines, conducting fighting withdrawals that traded space for time, rather than attempting to hold positions indefinitely. This created opportunities for rapid advances if either army could move quickly enough to prevent Germans from establishing new defensive lines. The race would be decided by which army could best exploit German withdrawals while overcoming terrain challenges and maintaining logistics under combat conditions. The advance that began on August 12th quickly revealed that both armies were moving faster than at any previous point in the campaign, but whether they were moving fast enough to trap retreating German forces remained unclear. American forces covered 15 miles in the first 2 days, British forces 10 miles, progress that seemed dramatic compared to July's grinding advances, but that still left both armies days away from Messina. German rearguards fought delaying actions at every natural choke point, bridges, mountain passes, coastal towns, inflicting casualties and destroying infrastructure that slowed Allied pursuit. Each delay lasted only hours, sometimes just minutes, before German forces withdrew to the next position. But the cumulative effect was to maintain distance between pursuers and pursued, to ensure that Allied forces were never quite close enough to trap German units before they could escape. Kesselring's mobile defense was achieving exactly what he intended. German forces were withdrawing successfully, while Allied armies advanced victoriously, both sides accomplishing their objectives without decisive engagement. The air campaign against German evacuation preparations provided the only realistic chance to prevent Axis forces from escaping Sicily. But it would prove a dramatic failure that revealed limits of air power that advocates had not acknowledged. Allied air forces flew 1,800 sorties against Messina and the ferry routes across the strait during the final 2 weeks of the campaign, bombing missions targeting ferry terminals, ports, ships, and boats, attempting to destroy the infrastructure necessary for German evacuation. The results were disappointing to the point of shocking. Flak concentrations around Messina were the heaviest in the Mediterranean theater, 500 anti-aircraft guns, creating a corridor of fire that made low-level attacks suicidal and high-altitude bombing inaccurate. German ferry operations occurred primarily at night, when Allied air forces had limited capability to locate and attack small vessels crossing the narrow strait. The ferries themselves were designed to be difficult targets, flat-bottom boats that could beach on any shoreline, capable of carrying tanks and artillery, but presenting small profiles that were hard to hit even when located. By mid-August, Allied pilots were reporting that attacking the evacuation route was more dangerous than attacking German airfields or supply depots. Losses of 5 to 10 aircraft per mission were common, with minimal observable results. The Allied air forces were expending resources and accepting casualties without preventing German evacuation, demonstrating that air superiority didn't automatically translate to control over specific military operations. The lack of coordination between American and British armies during the final advance was evident to everyone, except apparently the commanding generals. American forces advanced along the northern route, British along the eastern route, with a gap between them that fluctuated between 15 and 30 miles, enough space that German forces could potentially withdraw through that gap if they chose, moving west to east across Sicily, while Allied armies advanced north toward Messina. No unified command structure existed to coordinate the two advances, or to plan operations that would close the gap and trap German forces. Communication between 7th Army and 8th Army headquarters was minimal and often contentious, each army jealously guarding information about its progress and plans. Eisenhower's headquarters in Algeria maintained nominal overall command, but exercised little practical control over day-to-day operations, leaving two competitive armies advancing toward the same objective without effective coordination. German intelligence officers monitoring Allied communications noted this dysfunction with professional amusement. The Allied armies were so focused on racing each other that they were neglecting the basic military principle of cooperation against a common enemy. Kesselring's forces were exploiting Allied disunity as effectively as they exploited terrain and defensive positions. By August 15th, with Messina only 22 miles from advancing American forces and 28 miles from British forces, the situation became surreal. Both armies were advancing against diminishing resistance, reporting progress that would have been celebrated in earlier stages of the campaign. German forces were withdrawing steadily. evacuating equipment and personnel across the strait in operations that were proceeding with remarkable efficiency. Allied commanders knew the evacuation was occurring. Reconnaissance aircraft photographed ferry operations daily. Intelligence reports detailed German movements. Naval observers could see vessels crossing the strait. Yet neither army modified its advance to attempt preventing the evacuation or coordinated operations to trap German forces before they could reach Messina. The race to be first into the city had overwhelmed strategic thinking. Patton's orders emphasized speed and reaching Messina before Montgomery, not stopping German evacuation. Montgomery's orders focused on maintaining advance and achieving objectives, not coordinating with American forces to close escape routes. Both generals were treating the campaign as if capturing Messina was the objective, when the actual objective, destroying or capturing German forces, was being ignored while those forces evacuated successfully under Allied observation. The final days of the race produced scenes that combined military professionalism with absurdist theater. American reconnaissance units raced along Highway 113 in jeeps, bypassing German rearguards to reach Messina first, treating the advance more like a road race than a military operation. British forces maintained their methodical advance, clearing positions properly but sacrificing speed for security. Neither army attempted to coordinate attacks on Messina itself or to prevent the final German evacuations occurring on August 15th and 16th. The city was essentially abandoned by German forces who had no intention of defending an objective they were busy evacuating, yet both Allied armies were racing toward it as if capturing empty buildings represented victory. The disconnect between military reality and command priorities was complete. Soldiers were dying in rearguard actions while German forces evacuated. Allied armies were competing against each other while their common enemy escaped, and the campaign that should have ended in decisive Allied victory was concluding in a tactical success that masked strategic failure. The casualty figures from the final 2 weeks of the campaign revealed the cost of the race. American forces suffered another 800 dead and 2,000 wounded, advancing from the San Fratello positions to Messina. Casualties incurred, fighting German rearguards that were covering an evacuation both armies knew was occurring. British casualties were lower, roughly 500 dead and 1,500 wounded, reflecting Montgomery's more cautious approach, but also demonstrating that casualties continued accumulating regardless of tactical method. German casualties during the same period were estimated at 300 killed and perhaps 800 wounded, favorable ratios that reflected the advantages of fighting defensive actions against pursuers who were more focused on speed than on engaging and destroying the enemy. Every Allied casualty during those final weeks was, in a sense, wasted. They were incurred not in battles that prevented German escape, but in minor actions against rearguards covering a strategic withdrawal that Allied commanders were allowing to succeed through lack of coordination and misplaced priorities. The relationship between Patton and Montgomery during the final approach to Messina deteriorated to the point where subordinate officers worried about coalition unity. Neither general communicated directly with the other, except through perfunctory official messages. Neither offered assistance or coordination. When American forces proposed amphibious operations that might cut German retreat routes, British headquarters was not informed or consulted. When British forces encountered strong resistance, American forces were not requested to provide supporting attacks that might draw German forces away. The two armies operated as if they were fighting separate wars that happened to be occurring in the same geographic area, connected only by their common race toward Messina. Staff officers from both armies who communicated at working levels were appalled by the lack of coordination and concerned that the dysfunctional command relationships were allowing German forces to escape. But neither commanding general would prioritize cooperation over competition, and neither seemed willing to acknowledge that the race they were running was achieving nothing except facilitating exactly the outcome they were supposed to prevent: successful German evacuation to mainland Italy. As August 16th dawned with American forces 10 miles from Messina and British forces 15 miles away, the outcome of the race was determined, but the outcome of the campaign remained in doubt. Patton would reach Messina first, claiming the symbolic victory he had obsessed over since June. Montgomery would arrive hours later, second place in a race that would wound British military pride and contribute to longer-term shifts in Allied command structures. But German forces would escape, 40,000 veteran soldiers, thousands of vehicles, artillery, and equipment, evacuated successfully despite overwhelming Allied superiority in air power, naval power, and ground forces. The race nobody won was about to end in Messina, where American and British generals would meet to celebrate capturing an empty city while their real enemy sailed across the strait to prepare defenses that would cost Allied forces dearly for the next year and a half in Italy. The disconnect between victory and success, between tactical achievement and strategic accomplishment, was about to become painfully apparent to everyone except apparently the generals who would prioritize personal glory over military effectiveness. August 16, 1943, 10:15 p.m. Lieutenant Colonel Lyle Bernard's reconnaissance patrol from the 2nd Battalion, 7th Infantry Regiment, approached Messina's outskirts through darkness, moving cautiously despite meeting no resistance. The streets were eerily empty. No civilians, no German defenders, no indication that anyone remained in Sicily's third-largest city except shadows and silence. Bernard had expected to encounter German rearguards defending the city, or at minimum preparing demolitions to destroy the port facilities. Instead, his patrol found abandoned defensive positions, unmanned checkpoints, streets littered with discarded equipment but empty of soldiers. The realization came slowly. They were not entering a city under defense, but a city already abandoned, not fighting their way through resistance, but occupying terrain the enemy had already left. Bernard radioed his report to division headquarters. Messina appeared undefended. American forces were entering the city limits. No contact with enemy forces. The message reached Patton's headquarters within minutes, generating celebration that seemed disconnected from the reality Bernard was observing. They were winning a race to capture an empty city, while the enemy they came to destroy had already escaped across the strait, visible from Messina's waterfront. 2 miles of water separating Sicily from mainland Italy, and 40,000 German soldiers from the trap that was supposed to end their participation in the war. The first American troops entered Messina proper at 6:30 a.m. on August 17th, advancing through streets where civilians were beginning to emerge cautiously from buildings, uncertain whether to welcome liberators or fear occupiers. The scene was anticlimactic after weeks of brutal fighting. No resistance, no final desperate German stands, no climactic battle that would symbolically end the campaign. Instead, there was only the quiet occupation of a city that had been evacuated systematically by defenders who had no intention of fighting for objectives they had already decided to abandon. Soldiers who had survived the grinding combat along Highway 113, who had seen friends killed in attacks on German defensive positions, who had endured artillery fire and machine gun ambushes and the daily terror of combat. These men now walked through Messina's streets feeling not triumph, but exhaustion and something close to betrayal. They had been told that capturing Messina would end the campaign, would trap German forces, would represent decisive victory. Instead, they were occupying an empty city while German forces watched from across the strait, having completed their evacuation hours before the Americans arrived. Patton's entry into Messina at 10:20 a.m. on August 17th was staged with the same theatrical attention to publicity that had characterized his Palermo entrance. He arrived in his command car, wearing dress uniform despite the heat, escorted by a column of tanks and armored vehicles that suggested military might rather than the reality of unopposed advance. Photographers and newsreel cameramen were positioned to capture the moment. War correspondents accompanied him, ready to file stories about the American general who had won the race to Messina. Patton established his headquarters in the city's administrative building and immediately sent a telegram to Eisenhower's headquarters. This is to report the capture of Messina at 10:20 hours today, August 17th, 1943. The word capture was technically accurate, but substantively misleading. Messina hadn't been captured through combat, but occupied after abandonment, a distinction that would be lost in headlines celebrating American victory. Within hours, Patton's photograph would appear on front pages across America. The conquering general, who had led the 7th Army to Sicily's strategic objective in 38 days of campaigning. What the photographs didn't show, what the headlines didn't mention, was that strategic objective had already sailed across the strait to fight another day. Montgomery's forces arrived at Messina's outskirts at 10:40 a.m., approximately 2 hours after Patton's entry, second place in a race that would be remembered as British failure, despite the 8th Army's successful advance through equally difficult terrain against equally determined German resistance. Montgomery met Patton in Messina later that day, a meeting that was professionally courteous and personally tense. Patton's prepared greeting, "What kept you, Monty?" was delivered with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, a victor's taunt disguised as friendly banter. Montgomery's response was polite but cold, congratulating American forces while noting that British casualties had been lighter, implying that speed purchased with lives was questionable achievement. The exchange encapsulated the dysfunction that had characterized Allied operations throughout the campaign. Two generals more interested in competing with each other than in acknowledging the strategic failure their competition had enabled. Neither mentioned that German forces had escaped, that the campaign's actual objective had not been achieved, that capturing Messina meant nothing if the forces they came to destroy were already in Italy preparing new defenses. The reports reaching Allied headquarters on August 17th confirmed what reconnaissance had been observing for days. German evacuation across the Strait of Messina had been essentially complete by the time Allied forces reached the city. Approximately 53,000 German troops had been evacuated, along with 9,800 vehicles, 47 tanks, 94 artillery pieces, and 17,000 tons of supplies. The evacuation had been conducted methodically over 6 nights, using 76 vessels ranging from purpose-built ferries to commandeered fishing boats, protected by the heaviest concentration of anti-aircraft guns in the Mediterranean theater. Allied air forces that flew 1,800 sorties attempting to prevent the evacuation had managed to sink or damage fewer than 30 vessels, less than 2% of the ferry capacity, while losing 79 aircraft to German flak. The naval forces that might have interdicted the evacuation had been kept at distance by German coastal artillery and air-dropped mines. The ground forces that should have trapped German units before they could reach Messina had been racing each other rather than coordinating to close escape routes. The result was one of the war's most successful evacuations, comparable to Dunkirk in scope, and exceeded only by the later German evacuation from Norway in terms of percentage of forces successfully withdrawn under enemy pressure. The strategic implications of the German escape were immediately apparent to intelligence officers, even if commanding generals were reluctant to acknowledge them publicly. The 40,000 German soldiers who evacuated Sicily represented the core of veteran forces that would defend Italy for the next year and a half. These were not conscripts or garrison troops, but experienced soldiers from elite divisions. The Hermann Göring Panzer Division, the 15th Panzer Grenadier Division, the 1st Parachute Division, units that had fought in Africa, Russia, and now Sicily, accumulating combat experience that made them far more effective than their numbers suggested. These forces would fight at Salerno, Anzio, Monte Cassino, the Gothic Line, and dozens of other battles throughout the Italian campaign, inflicting casualties far exceeding what they suffered in Sicily. Intelligence estimates projected that the evacuated German forces would cost Allied armies at least 50,000 casualties in Italy, a ratio of more than 10 Allied casualties for every German soldier who escaped Sicily. The failure to trap and destroy these forces in Sicily represented not just a missed opportunity, but a strategic blunder that would extract payment in blood throughout the long, grinding Italian campaign that was about to begin. The final casualty figures for the Sicily campaign, compiled in the days after Messina's capture, revealed the human cost of 38 days of fighting. American forces, 2,237 killed, 6,544 wounded, 876 missing. Total casualties 11,657. British forces 2,721 killed, 10,122 wounded, 2,434 missing or captured. Total casualties 15,277. Combined Allied casualties 26,934. German forces: 5,532 killed, 13,500 wounded, 6,900 captured. Total casualties 25,932, but 53,000 evacuated intact. Italian forces 4,325 killed, 32,500 wounded, 140,000 captured, most of whom had surrendered without significant resistance. The numbers told a story of tactical success and strategic disappointment. Allied forces had conquered Sicily and removed it from Axis control, achieved a kill ratio against German forces of approximately 1-to-1, and suffered casualties that were acceptably light by World War II standards. But they had failed the mission's actual objective, allowing the enemy force they came to destroy to escape intact and capable of continuing the war. The immediate aftermath of Messina's capture involved both celebration and reckoning. In Washington and London, political leaders hailed the Sicily victory as evidence that Allied forces could successfully conduct amphibious operations against defended territory, validating strategies for the eventual invasion of France. In Allied military headquarters, staff officers began planning the invasion of Italy, scheduled for September, knowing now that German forces would defend the mainland far more effectively than they had defended Sicily, because the evacuated veterans would form the core of Italian defenses. Among the soldiers who had fought through the campaign, reactions varied: relief that the fighting was over, pride in having survived and succeeded, but also confusion about whether they had actually won anything meaningful. They had captured Sicily, but Germans had escaped. They had defeated Italian forces decisively, but the forces that mattered, the Wehrmacht units they would face again in Italy, were intact. Victory felt incomplete, success hollow, triumph compromised by the nagging sense that something important had been missed or mishandled. Patton's personal triumph in reaching Messina first would be short-lived, overshadowed within days by the slapping incidents that were about to explode into public scandal. But in the immediate moment, standing in Messina on August 17th, he could savor what appeared to be vindication of his aggressive tactics and validation of his military philosophy. He had led an army from Gela to Messina in 38 days, capturing Sicily's two largest cities, defeating or capturing Italian forces in his path, demonstrating that American armies could move quickly and fight effectively against Axis opposition, that his advance had cost more American casualties than British forces suffered, that his race to Messina had diverted resources from preventing German evacuation, that his need for personal glory had compromised strategic objectives. These realities would be analyzed by historians, but weren't apparent in the moment of apparent victory. Patton had what he wanted: headlines, recognition, vindication of his controversial career. What he didn't have, what no amount of publicity could provide, was actual strategic success. The Germans had escaped, the campaign's objective had not been achieved, and the race that Patton won was ultimately a race to an empty city, while the real prize sailed away across 2 miles of water that Allied forces had never effectively contested. The hollow victory at Messina would shape Allied strategy for the rest of the war in ways that commanders in August 1943 couldn't fully anticipate. The successful German evacuation demonstrated that Wehrmacht forces, even when defeated tactically and forced into withdrawal, could execute complex operations with competence that overcame Allied advantages in resources and firepower. It revealed that Allied air and naval superiority, however overwhelming in general terms, couldn't automatically prevent specific enemy operations when those operations were well planned and properly executed. Most significantly, it demonstrated that personal rivalries and national competitions within the Allied coalition could compromise military effectiveness, that commanders focused on headlines and prestige might lose sight of actual strategic objectives. These lessons would influence planning for Normandy and subsequent campaigns, though whether they would be learned effectively enough to prevent similar problems remained to be seen. For now, in August 1943, Allied forces occupied Sicily, while their German enemies prepared to defend Italy. The campaign was over, the victory was won, but the sense remained that opportunity had been missed, that success was incomplete, and that the true cost of that incompleteness would be paid in future battles when the soldiers who escaped from Sicily would fight again. August 17th, 1943. In his headquarters in Algiers, General Dwight Eisenhower sat at his desk, composing what would be one of the most difficult letters of his military career. The reports from Sicily lay before him. The successful capture of Messina, the completion of the campaign in 38 days, the tactical victory that would be celebrated in Allied capitals. But also before him were Colonel Currier's reports documenting Patton's assaults on hospitalized soldiers, eyewitness statements, medical evaluations of the victims, and recommendations that Patton be court-martialed for conduct unbecoming an officer. Eisenhower's hand moved slowly across the paper as he drafted his reprimand to Patton, each word carefully chosen to convey both the severity of the offense and the personal disappointment of a commander writing to a friend. "I am well aware of the necessity for hardness and toughness on the battlefield," he wrote. "I am also aware that the leadership which you have given the 7th Army has been in the best traditions of the American fighting man. However, this does not excuse brutality, abuse of the sick, nor exhibition of uncontrollable temper in front of subordinates." The letter ordered Patton to apologize personally to everyone involved and made clear that his career survival depended on the incidents remaining private. Eisenhower was making a calculated gamble, preserve his best combat commander, while containing a scandal that could destroy both Patton's career and public confidence in Allied military leadership. The gamble would hold for exactly 3 months before exploding with consequences neither man could control. The decision to suppress the slapping incidents created a conspiracy of silence that involved dozens of people: medical personnel who witnessed the assaults, officers who filed reports, war correspondents who learned the story, military censors who prevented publication, and Eisenhower's staff who managed the cover-up. The journalists' agreement to suppress the story was particularly significant because it represented a level of military press cooperation that would be unthinkable in later eras. Edward Kennedy of the Associated Press, Quentin Reynolds of Collier's, Demari Bess of the Saturday Evening Post, and other prominent correspondents met with Eisenhower on August 19th and agreed not to report the incidents. Their reasoning combined patriotism with pragmatism. Publishing the story might damage morale and military effectiveness during active operations, might provide propaganda material to the enemy, and might destroy a general who, whatever his faults, was genuinely effective in combat. But there was also self-interest. The correspondents traded their silence for Eisenhower's future cooperation and access, establishing relationships that would benefit their reporting throughout the war. The agreement held despite the professional instincts of journalists who understood they were suppressing a major story, despite the moral questions about whether protecting military reputation justified concealing potential criminal conduct. For 3 months, the slapping incidents remained known to hundreds of people, but reported by none, a secret maintained through collective decision that revealing it would cause more harm than good. Patton's apology tour in late August was a study in humiliation administered to a proud man who resented every moment of it. He assembled the 15th Evacuation Hospital staff on August 20th and read a prepared statement acknowledging his error, his voice barely controlled, his face flushed with anger that he was being forced to apologize for what he still believed was appropriate discipline. The medical personnel listened in cold silence, offering no acceptance or forgiveness, their expressions making clear they viewed Patton's apology as forced rather than sincere. He visited Cool and Bennett privately, brief meetings where he offered perfunctory apologies that both soldiers found unconvincing. Most significantly, he assembled each division of the 7th Army separately throughout the final week of August, standing before thousands of soldiers to read his apology and acknowledge his misconduct. The reactions varied dramatically. Some soldiers accepted the apology and moved on. Others refused to salute or show respect. Many simply watched with the dead-eyed stare of men who had survived too much combat to care about generals' personal failures. The 3rd Infantry Division, which had suffered the highest casualties fighting along Highway 113, was coldest in their reception, soldiers' expressions conveying what they couldn't say, that Patton's tactics had cost them friends and brothers, that his need for glory had been purchased with their blood, that no apology could make that right. The immediate career consequences for Patton were severe, despite Eisenhower's efforts to protect him. He was relieved as 7th Army Commander on September 8th, replaced by Omar Bradley despite Patton's senior rank and greater combat experience. The official explanation was that Bradley's abilities better suited him for the next phase of operations, but everyone understood the real reason. Patton had become too controversial to command during the Italian invasion. He was passed over for command of the 5th Army that would land at Salerno, that position going to Mark Clark, a competent but less experienced general whose primary qualification was not having assaulted hospitalized soldiers. Most painfully for Patton, he watched from the sidelines as other generals led armies in Italy while he remained without command. His career in limbo, his future dependent on whether the slapping incidents remained suppressed and whether Eisenhower would eventually risk giving him another command. The general who had entered Messina in triumph on August 17th found himself by September effectively unemployed, his reputation damaged, his future uncertain, watching younger and less capable officers receive the commands he believed he deserved. The political situation in Washington added pressure that would eventually break the conspiracy of silence. Rumors about Patton's conduct had reached members of Congress by September. Vague reports that something scandalous had occurred in Sicily involving the 7th Army commander. Several congressmen began asking questions, demanding information, threatening investigations if the War Department didn't provide answers. Secretary of War Henry Stimson and Army Chief of Staff George Marshall found themselves defending Patton without being able to explain fully what he had done or why he had been relieved of command. They emphasized his combat effectiveness, his role in capturing Sicily, his value to future operations. But their defenses were undermined by inability to address the specific accusations, creating suspicion that something worse than rumored was being concealed. By October, the pressure from Congress had become intense enough that Marshall warned Eisenhower the story couldn't be suppressed indefinitely, that eventually someone would break the silence, and the subsequent explosion would be worse for having been delayed. The question was not whether the slapping incidents would become public, but when and under what circumstances, whether the story would be told by military authorities attempting to control the narrative or by journalists or politicians pursuing their own agendas. The storm broke on November 21st, 1943, when radio broadcaster Drew Pearson revealed the slapping incidents on his Sunday evening national broadcast. Pearson was a controversial journalist known for exposing scandals and attacking public figures. His Sunday night program, reaching millions of Americans who considered him either a crusading truth-teller or a sensationalist troublemaker, depending on their politics. His broadcast on the slapping incidents was detailed and damning. He named Patton, described both assaults, quoted from medical reports, and characterized the incidents as criminal abuse of soldiers by a general who had escaped appropriate punishment through high-level military cover-up. The reaction was immediate and explosive. By Monday morning, newspapers across America were running the story on front pages. Editorial pages were demanding Patton's court-martial, and congressional switchboards were overwhelmed with calls from constituents outraged that a general could assault hospitalized soldiers without consequence. The War Department was bombarded with demands for information, explanation, and action. The conspiracy of silence that had held for 3 months shattered in hours, revealing not just Patton's misconduct, but the effort to conceal it, making the scandal worse than if it had been addressed openly in August. The public reaction to Pearson's revelations revealed deep divisions in American society about military authority, discipline, and the conduct of war. A Gallup poll conducted in early December found that 66% of Americans believed Patton should be court-martialed for assaulting soldiers, a stunning repudiation of a successful general by a public that generally supported military leadership during wartime. Letters to newspapers and congressmen were overwhelmingly negative, describing Patton as a bully, a disgrace to the uniform, an officer whose behavior dishonored the service and betrayed the soldiers under his command. Veterans organizations, typically supportive of military commanders, split over the issue. Some defended Patton's aggressive leadership style, while others demanded accountability for what they characterized as criminal assault. But there was also significant support for Patton, particularly from Americans who valued aggressive combat leadership and viewed the slapping incidents as minor infractions blown out of proportion by press sensationalism. These supporters argued that Patton's combat effectiveness mattered more than isolated incidents of bad temper, that wars were won by tough commanders, not by generals worried about hurting soldiers' feelings. The debate reflected broader tensions about military culture, appropriate command conduct, and whether winning wars justified actions that would be unacceptable in peacetime. The congressional response to the scandal threatened Patton's career more seriously than any previous consequences. Over 50 representatives and senators demanded investigations, court-martial proceedings, or, at minimum, Patton's permanent removal from command. Representative Edith Norse Rogers of Massachusetts, a powerful voice on military affairs, called the incidents disgraceful conduct by an officer who should know better and should be held accountable like any soldier who commits assault. Senator Robert Taft of Ohio, though generally conservative and pro-military, stated that no amount of military success can justify physical assault on hospitalized soldiers. Congressional hearings were scheduled for December, threatening to transform the scandal into a prolonged political spectacle that would damage not just Patton, but the entire military leadership that had protected him. Eisenhower found himself testifying before congressional committees, defending his decision to reprimand Patton privately rather than court-martial him publicly, arguing that combat effectiveness justified measured response to misconduct. His testimony was effective enough to prevent legislation mandating Patton's court-martial, but not convincing enough to end congressional criticism or restore public confidence in military justice. The decision to retain Patton despite the scandal was made at the highest levels of American military and political leadership, after agonizing debate about military effectiveness versus public accountability. Marshall and Stimson met with Roosevelt on November the 30th to discuss Patton's future, presenting arguments for and against retaining him in service. The arguments for retention emphasized his combat abilities, his value in planning the invasion of France, and the precedent that relieving effective commanders for misconduct might set. The arguments against emphasized the damage to military reputation, the message that generals were above accountability, and the political cost of appearing to protect Patton despite public outrage. Roosevelt, always politically astute, made a characteristically pragmatic decision. Patton would be retained, but would receive no command for the immediate future, remaining available for eventual use if and when the public fury subsided, and if his military value outweighed political costs. The decision satisfied no one completely but represented the maximum consensus achievable. Patton's career survived but remained suspended, dependent on time, healing public anger, and future operations requiring his specific abilities. The soldiers most directly affected by the slapping incidents, Cool and Bennett, found themselves thrust into unwanted publicity that would haunt them for decades. Both men were tracked down by journalists seeking their stories, their experiences sensationalized in newspapers despite their own wishes for privacy. Cool, who had returned to duty after recovering from malaria and dysentery, was characterized in some press accounts as a malingerer who Patton had correctly identified, in others as a sick soldier brutally assaulted by an out-of-control general. Bennett, who had been evacuated for psychiatric treatment, became a symbol in debates about combat fatigue, either a legitimate casualty of psychological trauma or, as some Patton supporters claimed, a coward who used psychological symptoms to escape combat. Both men received hate mail from Americans who viewed them as having damaged a great general's career, and sympathetic letters from Americans who saw them as victims of military abuse. Neither wanted to be symbols or participants in public debate about command conduct and military justice, but their experiences had been appropriated for purposes beyond their control. Their private traumas transformed into public controversies that would follow them for the rest of their lives. The long-term impact of the slapping incidents extended far beyond Patton's personal career to fundamental questions about military culture and leadership. The incidents had revealed that combat command in modern warfare created psychological pressures that could break even apparently strong leaders, that the stress of sending men to die while accepting responsibility for their deaths could manifest in abusive behavior toward the very soldiers commanders were supposed to protect. The incidents had demonstrated that military justice operated by different standards for generals than for enlisted men, that misconduct by senior officers might be handled through private reprimand, while similar conduct by junior soldiers would result in court-martial. Most significantly, the incidents had shown that psychological casualties were real medical conditions rather than moral failures, though military culture's recognition of that reality would take years to fully develop. The Army began expanding psychiatric services in late 1943, training more mental health professionals, and developing better procedures for treating combat fatigue. These changes came too late for thousands of soldiers who had broken psychologically in Sicily and earlier campaigns, but they represented institutional learning that would eventually lead to better understanding of combat's psychological costs. The slapping incidents, terrible though they were, forced conversations about military leadership, psychological injury, and command accountability that might not otherwise have occurred. Conversations that would influence military culture for decades, even if the lessons were learned slowly and imperfectly. August 1st, 1943. While American and British forces were fighting their way toward Messina through German defensive positions, 500 miles to the north in Rome, Field Marshal Kesselring issued orders that would determine the Sicily campaign's ultimate outcome. Operation Lehrgang, Operation Training Course, a deliberately bland designation that concealed the operation's true significance, would be the systematic evacuation of all German forces from Sicily to mainland Italy across the Strait of Messina. The operation had been planned since July 1st, before the Allied invasion even began, reflecting Kesselring's strategic judgment that Sicily could not be held indefinitely, but that German forces could be preserved for the defense of Italy. Colonel Ernst Günther Bade received command of the ferry operations, an engineer officer whose organizational abilities would be tested by the challenge of moving 40,000 troops, thousands of vehicles, and hundreds of artillery pieces across 2 miles of water under continuous Allied air attack. Bade began immediately constructing ferry terminals on both sides of the strait, assembling vessels from across the Mediterranean, positioning anti-aircraft guns to create the densest flak corridor in the theater, and developing schedules for evacuating German units methodically while maintaining defensive lines that would protect the evacuation. The operation would require precision, discipline, and the technical excellence that characterized Wehrmacht logistics at its best. It would also require cooperation from Allied commanders who, focused on their race to Messina, would essentially allow the evacuation to proceed despite having every capability to prevent it. The engineering requirements for Operation Lehrgang were staggering and had to be completed while combat operations continued across Sicily. Ferry terminals required construction on both shores, concrete ramps that could handle heavy vehicles, loading areas that could accommodate tanks and artillery, maintenance facilities for the ferry vessels themselves. 76 vessels were assembled for the operation, ranging from purpose-built Siebel ferries that could carry 15-ton tanks to smaller marine fair-prom landing craft, and even commandeered civilian fishing boats pressed into military service. Each vessel required crews, fuel supplies, maintenance capabilities, and scheduling to maximize efficiency while avoiding congestion at the terminals. The terminals themselves had to be positioned at multiple locations along both shores to prevent Allied air attacks from destroying the entire evacuation infrastructure with lucky hits on single points. German engineers worked around the clock throughout July, often under Allied air attack, constructing the infrastructure for an evacuation whose success would render the entire Sicily campaign strategically meaningless. By early August, when the evacuation began in earnest, the ferry system could move 4,000 to 5,000 troops per day, along with their vehicles and equipment, a capacity that would prove more than adequate to evacuate all German forces before Allied ground troops could reach Messina. The anti-aircraft defenses protecting the evacuation represented the heaviest concentration of flak in the Mediterranean theater, and would prove devastatingly effective against Allied air attacks. 506 anti-aircraft guns were positioned around the Strait of Messina, 88mm heavy flak guns, 37mm and 20mm light flak guns, creating overlapping fields of fire that made attacking the ferry routes suicidal for Allied aircraft. The guns were positioned on both sides of the strait, on hillsides overlooking the water, on mobile platforms that could be moved to avoid counter-battery fire, creating a corridor of fire that Allied pilots described as flying through an industrial smokestack. German flak crews were experienced veterans who had survived air attacks in North Africa and Russia. Their gunnery skills honed through years of combat, their discipline maintained even under stress of continuous operations. The psychological impact on Allied pilots was profound. Attacking ferry operations meant flying into known concentrations of flak, watching sister aircraft shot down, knowing that even successful attacks might sink one or two vessels while dozens more continued operating. By mid-August, Allied air crews were openly questioning whether attacking the evacuation was worth the casualties being suffered for negligible results. A crisis of morale that would contribute to the operation's ultimate failure. The first major evacuation convoys began crossing on the night of August 11th, moving under cover of darkness when Allied air operations were minimal, and when the short 2-mile crossing could be accomplished in 20 minutes. The Siebel ferries were engineering marvels, flat-bottomed vessels with bow and stern ramps that could beach directly on shorelines, load or unload vehicles in minutes, then reverse into the water to return for another load. Each ferry could carry 8 to 10 trucks or 2 to 3 tanks plus their crews, meaning a single vessel could move a significant combat capability in one crossing. The ferries operated on 15 to 20-minute cycles, load on the Sicily side, 20-minute crossing, unload on the Calabrian side, 20-minute return, reload, and repeat. Operating continuously in darkness, each ferry could complete 20 to 25 round trips per night. The larger marine fair prom could carry heavier loads but operated more slowly. The smaller vessels were used for personnel and light equipment. The system was designed for efficiency and redundancy. Damaging one vessel didn't significantly reduce capacity because dozens of others continued operating. By dawn on August 12th, after the first full night of evacuation operations, 4,300 German troops and associated equipment had crossed to Calabria without a single casualty, the operation proceeding with the precision of a training exercise rather than a combat evacuation under enemy pressure. The German defensive strategy during the evacuation was to fight delaying actions that prevented Allied forces from reaching Messina before the evacuation completed, while avoiding decisive engagement that might trap German units before they could withdraw to the ferry terminals. This required precise coordination between combat units fighting along multiple defensive lines and the staff managing ferry schedules, ensuring that units withdrew in proper sequence so that defensive lines never collapsed, but units never missed their evacuation windows. The 29th Panzer Grenadier Division held the western defensive line along Highway 113 against American advances. The 15th Panzer Grenadier Division held the eastern line against British forces, while the Hermann Göring Panzer Division provided mobile reserve that could reinforce threatened sectors. Each division would hold its position for a predetermined time, inflict maximum casualties on attacking Allied forces, then withdraw to the next defensive line when the schedule dictated, handing responsibility to rearguard elements that would continue fighting to cover the main force's withdrawal. The rearguards themselves would eventually withdraw to Messina for evacuation, the entire German force contracting like a fist closing toward the strait. The complexity required extraordinary staff work and communication, maintaining coordination across multiple units under combat conditions while adhering to schedules measured in hours. The Allied air campaign against the evacuation. Despite flying 1,800 sorties and dropping thousands of tons of bombs, failed to significantly disrupt German operations, for reasons that would be analyzed for decades as case studies in the limits of air power. The heavy flak concentrations meant that aircraft had to attack from high altitude where bombing accuracy was poor, or accept devastating losses from low-altitude attacks that allowed precise targeting but exposed aircraft to every gun in the flak corridor. Allied pilots chose various approaches. Some flew high and missed their targets. Others flew low and were shot down. None found a solution that allowed effective attack without prohibitive casualties. The B-25 and B-26 medium bombers that were supposed to be ideal for attacking shipping proved vulnerable to flak, their size and relatively slow speed making them easy targets. Fighter bombers could attack from lower altitude but carried insufficient ordnance to damage the heavily built ferries significantly. Night attacks were attempted, but navigation difficulties and inability to identify targets in darkness meant most bombs fell harmlessly into the strait. By mid-August, Allied air losses attacking the evacuation exceeded 70 aircraft with minimal observable results, a casualty rate that was unsustainable and that led to scaling back attacks despite the strategic importance of preventing German escape. The evacuation of heavy equipment, particularly tanks and artillery, demonstrated German engineering innovation and the limits of Allied interdiction. Tiger tanks weighing 54 tons each were too heavy for most ferries, requiring specialized Siebel ferries that could handle the extreme weight and the challenge of loading and unloading vehicles whose mass could destabilize vessels if not properly positioned. German engineers developed procedures for driving tanks onto ferries at precise angles, ballasting vessels to maintain stability, securing vehicles so they wouldn't shift during crossing. The procedures worked. 47 tanks were evacuated across the strait despite their weight and bulk. Vehicles that would have been invaluable to Allied forces if captured, but that would instead serve as the core of German armored capability in Italy. Artillery pieces were easier to move, but still required specialized handling, 94 guns making the crossing, along with thousands of tons of ammunition. Every vehicle, every gun, every ton of supplies evacuated represented capability that German forces would use against Allied troops in future battles, making the evacuation success not just a tactical German achievement, but a strategic Allied failure that would cost lives for months to come. The final evacuations occurred on the night of August 16th into the morning of August 17th, hours before American reconnaissance elements entered Messina. The last German rearguards fought delaying actions throughout August 16th, holding positions along approach routes to Messina, while behind them, the final units embarked on ferries. German combat engineers prepared demolitions throughout Messina, destroying port facilities, blowing up ammunition dumps that couldn't be evacuated, setting fires that would deny infrastructure to Allied forces. By midnight on August 16th, the last combat units were withdrawing through Messina toward the ferry terminals, their mission complete, the entire German force now in Calabria or in the final stages of crossing. The last ferry departed Messina at 5:45 a.m. on August 17th, carrying the final German soldiers to leave Sicily, its passage covered by artillery fire from guns on the Calabrian shore that would discourage any Allied pursuit. When American troops entered Messina hours later, they found only abandoned positions, destroyed facilities, and scattered equipment that Germans had deemed not worth evacuating. The enemy they had come to trap and destroy was gone. Watching from across 2 miles of water that might as well have been an ocean for all the effect Allied superiority in air and naval power had exerted over the evacuation. The statistics of Operation Lehrgang revealed its success with a clarity that was devastating for Allied strategic planning. German forces evacuated 39,569 troops, 9,605 vehicles, 47 tanks, 94 artillery pieces, 17,000 tons of supplies. Italian forces evacuated 62,000 troops, though most would surrender shortly after reaching Calabria, their military value minimal. German casualties during the evacuation, fewer than 50, mostly from Allied air attacks that managed to hit individual vessels. Allied air forces lost 79 aircraft attacking the evacuation, a negative exchange ratio that highlighted how completely the evacuation had succeeded. The operation required 6 nights, approximately 2,000 ferry trips, and coordination involving tens of thousands of German military personnel executing complex logistics under combat conditions. Not a single ferry trip was canceled due to Allied interdiction. Not a single scheduled unit failed to evacuate on time. Not a single piece of critical equipment was lost due to Allied action, rather than deliberate German decisions about what wasn't worth transporting. Operation Lehrgang was the textbook case of successful military evacuation, studied in staff colleges for decades afterward as an example of how proper planning, technical excellence, and tactical skill could overcome overwhelming enemy advantages in resources and firepower. The long-term consequences of the successful German evacuation would become apparent throughout the Italian campaign that followed Sicily. The 39,000 German troops who crossed to Calabria would form the core of Wehrmacht forces defending Italy, their combat experience and organizational cohesion making them far more effective than their numbers suggested. These forces would fight at Salerno in September, inflicting heavy casualties on Allied landings and nearly driving invasion forces back into the sea. They would fight at the Gustav Line through the winter of 1943 into 1944, holding defensive positions that cost Allied forces tens of thousands of casualties. They would fight at Anzio, at Monte Cassino, at the Gothic Line, in dozens of smaller battles throughout the Italian campaign. Intelligence estimates calculated that the evacuated German forces inflicted approximately 189,000 Allied casualties during the first year of the Italian campaign, a ratio of nearly 5 Allied casualties for every German soldier who escaped Sicily. The failure to prevent the evacuation, the Allied focus on capturing Messina rather than destroying German forces, the competition between Patton and Montgomery that diverted attention from strategic objectives, all these factors combined to ensure that the Sicily campaign's tactical success became strategic disappointment. Operation Lehrgang was Kesselring's masterpiece, the operation that transformed inevitable defeat into preserved combat capability. The evacuation that ensured the Italian campaign would be long, costly, and ultimately frustrating for Allied forces who had expected that conquering Sicily would open the path to rapid victory in Italy. The perfect escape meant imperfect victory, and the cost of that imperfection would be measured in years of fighting and tens of thousands of casualties that might have been avoided if Allied commanders had prioritized destroying German forces over winning races to empty cities. July 15, 1943. In a nondescript building in Algiers housing Allied intelligence operations, an RAF photo reconnaissance analyst named Squadron Leader Michael Constable studied images from the most recent overflight of the Strait of Messina with growing alarm. The photographs, taken at dawn that morning from 25,000 feet, showed construction activity on both shores of the strait, concrete ramps being built, vessels assembling, anti-aircraft gun positions being prepared in numbers that suggested major operations rather than routine ferry traffic. Constable's training and experience told him exactly what he was seeing. Germans were preparing evacuation infrastructure, anticipating the possibility that Sicily might be lost, and planning systematic withdrawal across the strait. He wrote a detailed intelligence report describing the activity, estimating that evacuation capability was being constructed that could move thousands of troops daily, recommending immediate action to prevent what was clearly preparation for German escape. The report was filed, briefed to intelligence officers, included in daily intelligence summaries that went to Allied headquarters. And then, effectively, it was ignored. Commanders focused on current combat operations paid little attention to intelligence about potential future German evacuations, dismissing the concern as premature when Allied forces were still fighting to secure beachheads, and when preventing German evacuation seemed a problem for future consideration rather than immediate action. The failure to act on clear intelligence that Germans were planning evacuation would become one of the campaign's most significant failures. A case study in how intelligence, however accurate, means nothing if commanders don't act on it. The ultra-decrypts that revealed German evacuation planning provided even more explicit intelligence that should have triggered Allied action, but instead generated bureaucratic memos and academic discussions rather than operational responses. Ultra, the top-secret Allied capability to intercept and decode German military communications, had been providing intelligence throughout the Sicily campaign that ranged from tactical dispositions to strategic intentions. On August 1st, Ultra intercepted and decoded messages from Kesselring's headquarters to German units in Sicily, providing preliminary orders for evacuation operations, including schedules, unit designations, and objectives. The messages were explicit. German forces would conduct fighting withdrawal toward Messina, while evacuation infrastructure was completed, then would withdraw across the strait in organized fashion over approximately 6 nights. Allied intelligence officers circulated summaries of the ultra-intercepts, noting that Germans were planning evacuation and suggesting that preventing such evacuation should be a priority objective. But the intelligence briefings were received by commanders as information rather than action items, filed away as interesting but not immediately relevant to current operations. The disconnect between intelligence collection and operational planning was complete. Allied intelligence knew what Germans were planning, when they were planning it, and how they intended to execute it, yet that knowledge failed to generate coordinated action to prevent the evacuation the intelligence predicted. The naval reluctance to aggressively interdict the Strait of Messina represented a failure of coordination and doctrine that would have profound consequences. Allied naval forces in the Mediterranean included dozens of destroyers and cruisers that could have patrolled the strait, engaged German ferry vessels, and made evacuation operations far more costly and difficult. But naval commanders were deeply reluctant to operate in the confined waters of the strait due to several factors. Heavy German coastal artillery on both shores could engage surface vessels at close range. Mines had been laid in the strait, and clearing them would require time and resources. And most significantly, the dense anti-aircraft gun concentrations meant that ships in the strait would be vulnerable to air attack if German air forces concentrated against them. Naval doctrine emphasized not risking valuable vessels in confined waters where they couldn't maneuver freely or where losses might be disproportionate to results achieved. This caution was defensible from a naval perspective. Destroyers took months to build and years to crew properly. Losing them attacking ferry operations might not be justified by the results, but it meant that Allied naval superiority, so decisive in enabling the Sicily invasion, would be essentially absent from efforts to prevent German evacuation. A few aggressive destroyer raids at dawn or dusk, times when German air cover would be minimal but ferries would still be operating, might have sunk enough vessels to severely disrupt evacuation schedules, but such operations were never seriously attempted. Naval forces remaining at safe distances, while German ferries operated unmolested by surface threats. The Air Force doctrine that bombers could handle all interdiction requirements without need for close naval support proved disastrously wrong in the specific circumstances of the Strait of Messina evacuation. Strategic bombing doctrine, developed during the interwar period and refined in early war operations, held that air power could interdict enemy movements, destroy transportation infrastructure, and achieve strategic objectives without requiring coordination with surface forces. Air Force commanders applied this doctrine to the German evacuation, arguing that bomber attacks would sink ferries, destroy terminals, and prevent evacuation more effectively than risky naval operations. But the doctrine didn't account for the specific conditions at Messina, flak concentrations that made bombing attacks prohibitively costly, the small size and redundancy of ferry vessels that made them difficult targets, the ability of damaged vessels to beach and continue operating, and the brief crossing time that meant ferries were vulnerable for only 20 minutes per trip. 1,800 bomber sorties achieved minimal results while losing 79 aircraft, a failure rate that should have triggered doctrine revision and shift to alternative methods. But institutional commitment to strategic bombing doctrine, combined with inter-service rivalry that made air commanders reluctant to admit their approach wasn't working, meant that ineffective air attacks continued, while potentially more effective naval interdiction was never seriously attempted. The doctrine that had worked in other circumstances failed in this specific case, but organizational inflexibility prevented adaptation. The coordination failure between Army, Navy, and Air Force in preventing German evacuation revealed fundamental problems in Allied command structure that would require major reforms before the Normandy invasion could succeed. Each service operated essentially independently, with minimal coordination or joint planning for operations that required cooperation between services. The Army focused on advancing toward Messina, viewing German evacuation as primarily an Air Force and Navy problem. The Navy maintained distant patrols but avoided aggressive action in the strait, viewing close-in operations as too risky given German defensive capabilities. The Air Force conducted bombing campaigns that followed its own doctrine and priorities rather than coordinating with naval or ground forces for combined arms approach. No single commander had authority to order coordinated action across all services. No joint command structure existed to develop plans that utilized each service's capabilities in mutually supporting ways. The result was that overwhelming Allied superiority in resources and capabilities failed to prevent German evacuation because those resources and capabilities were never effectively coordinated toward the common objective. Eisenhower's headquarters maintained nominal overall command, but exercised little practical control over day-to-day operations, leaving service commanders to operate according to their own priorities and doctrines. The lesson would eventually be learned. Normandy would feature unified command structures and joint planning that prevented similar failures. But in Sicily, the lesson was learned at the cost of allowing 40,000 German troops to escape to fight another day. The intelligence assessment that German evacuation could have been prevented through coordinated dawn and dusk. Destroyer raids was developed by Allied staff officers conducting post-campaign analysis, but never tested operationally during the campaign itself. The analysis noted that German ferry operations were most vulnerable during transition periods, dawn and dusk, when light conditions allowed visual targeting, but when German air cover was transitioning and less effective. Destroyers attacking at these times could use their speed to enter the strait, engage ferry vessels with gunfire at close range, then withdraw before German coastal artillery and air power could respond effectively. Even if the destroyers sank only a few ferries per raid, the disruption to schedules and the threat of future raids might force Germans to conduct evacuations only during full darkness when crossing time doubled and capacity was halved. Combined with more effective air attacks coordinated with naval raids, aircraft suppressing flak positions while destroyers engage ferries, the evacuation could potentially have been disrupted enough to trap significant German forces in Sicily. But these tactics were never attempted because they required level of joint planning and command integration that didn't exist in Allied forces in August 1943, because they involved accepting risks that individual service commanders were unwilling to take, and because they required prioritizing strategic objective of destroying German forces over immediate tactical objectives of advancing toward Messina. The analysis represented what might have been, the counterfactual that haunted Allied commanders afterward, but that couldn't change the reality that German forces had escaped. The blame distribution for the evacuation success was predictably contentious and ultimately inconclusive, each service and commander identifying factors beyond their control while avoiding acceptance of institutional responsibility. Air Force commanders blamed the unprecedented flak concentrations that made attacks suicidal, noting that they had flown massive numbers of sorties despite heavy losses. Naval commanders blamed the lack of minesweeping, the coastal artillery threats, and the absence of orders from higher command to conduct aggressive interdiction despite risks. Army commanders blamed the focus on competition between American and British forces rather than coordination against German evacuation, though this criticism implied their own complicity in prioritizing the race to Messina over preventing German escape. Eisenhower's staff blamed the lack of intelligence about German evacuation plans, a claim that was demonstrably false given the ultra-intercepts and reconnaissance photographs, but that served to deflect responsibility from command decisions. The reality was that responsibility was diffused across multiple command levels and services, making it impossible to assign definitive blame, but also impossible to implement reforms, because no single failure could be identified and corrected. The evacuation succeeded not because of any single Allied failure, but because of systemic problems in command structure, doctrine, and coordination that had not been addressed before Sicily, and would require major organizational changes before Normandy. The German perspective on Allied efforts to prevent evacuation was captured in post-war interviews with Kesselring and other German commanders involved in Operation Lehrgang. They expressed surprise bordering on disbelief that Allied forces made no serious attempt to interdict ferry operations through naval surface action, describing the absence of destroyer raids as the single most significant Allied failure of the campaign. Kesselring stated in 1950 interview that We expected aggressive Allied destroyer operations would severely disrupt our evacuation and possibly prevent it entirely. When no such operations materialized, we concluded that Allied command coordination was worse than we had estimated. German officers noted that their flak concentrations, while effective against air attack, would have been far less effective against fast-moving surface vessels attacking at dawn or dusk. The coastal artillery, while threatening to ships in the strait, fired slowly and would have struggled to engage multiple destroyers maneuvering at high speed. The vulnerability of the ferries themselves to naval gunfire would have made even small-scale destroyer raids extremely damaging to evacuation capacity. That Allied forces failed to exploit these vulnerabilities suggested to German commanders that Allied command structure suffered from serious coordination problems that could be exploited in future campaigns. The German success at evacuation was real and demonstrated excellent planning and execution, but it was facilitated by Allied failures that Germans themselves recognized could have prevented their escape with properly coordinated action. The long-term impact of the intelligence failure at Sicily shaped Allied approach to planning future operations, particularly the Normandy invasion, where preventing German reinforcement would be critical to establishing beachheads. The Sicily experience demonstrated that intelligence, however accurate and timely, was worthless unless command structures existed to translate intelligence into coordinated action. This recognition led to major reforms in Allied command organization, creating unified command structures where single commanders had authority over all services in their operational area, developing joint planning cells where Army, Navy, and Air Force officers worked together to create coordinated operational plans, and establishing clear procedures for translating intelligence assessments into operational orders. The intelligence that wasn't acted on in Sicily became the impetus for organizational changes that would make Normandy's success possible. Though those changes came too late to prevent the German escape from Sicily, or the casualties that escape would impose during the Italian campaign. The failure was expensive but educational, demonstrating that modern warfare required integration of intelligence, planning, and operations across multiple services under unified command. Lessons that seemed obvious in retrospect, but that had to be learned through painful experience before they could be effectively implemented. The intelligence that predicted German evacuation, that documented it occurring, and that analyzed why it succeeded despite Allied superiority, all that intelligence served its purpose not by preventing the evacuation, which it failed to do, but by driving organizational reforms that would help ensure such failures weren't repeated in future campaigns, where the stakes would be even higher. August 20th, 1943. In a conference room at Allied Forces headquarters in Algiers, Eisenhower's staff assembled for the first comprehensive assessment of the Sicily campaign, gathering casualty reports, operational summaries, intelligence estimates, and after-action analyses that would determine how the campaign would be officially remembered and what lessons would be extracted for future operations. The atmosphere was subdued despite the tactical victory. Officers who had celebrated Messina's capture 5 days earlier now confronted statistical reality that transformed triumph into something more ambiguous. Major General Walter Bedell Smith, Eisenhower's chief of staff, opened the meeting by reading casualty figures that had been compiled from unit reports across both American and British forces. American casualties: 2,237 killed, 6,544 wounded, 876 missing. British casualties: 2,721 killed, 10,122 wounded, 2,434 missing or captured. Combined Allied losses: nearly 27,000 casualties in 38 days of combat. The numbers hung in the air like accusations, each figure representing a soldier who had landed in Sicily expecting to help win a quick victory, but who instead had been killed, wounded, or captured in a campaign that achieved its territorial objectives while failing its strategic purpose. German casualties were estimated at 5,532, killed and 13,500 wounded. Roughly 1-to-1 exchange ratio with Allied forces despite German numerical inferiority and strategic defeat. But the critical figure that transformed the assessment from triumph to disappointment was 39,569, the number of German troops who had escaped Sicily intact, who would fight again in Italy, who represented the campaign's ultimate failure. The duration of the campaign, 38 days compared to the 2 weeks optimistically predicted during planning, revealed how fundamentally Allied commanders had misunderstood the challenge they faced. Intelligence estimates before the invasion had assumed that Italian forces would provide token resistance before surrendering, that German forces would withdraw quickly once Allied superiority became apparent, that capturing Sicily would be primarily a logistics challenge of landing sufficient forces rather than a combat challenge of defeating determined resistance. Every assumption proved wrong. Italian forces did surrender in massive numbers, 140,000 prisoners, but their collapse freed German forces to concentrate on fighting rather than occupying territory. German forces didn't withdraw quickly, but instead conducted sophisticated mobile defense that inflicted steady casualties while preserving their combat strength. The challenge proved to be not landing forces, which succeeded brilliantly, but advancing against professional German defenders on terrain that favored defense. The 2-week timeline was revealed as fantasy, the product of optimistic planning that hadn't accounted for German defensive capabilities or the difficult Sicilian terrain. 38 days was actually rapid by historical standards for conquering defended island territory. But compared to the promised timeline, it felt like failure, like a campaign that had taken twice as long as it should have, and that had failed its primary objective of destroying enemy forces. The cost-benefit analysis that staff officers conducted revealed uncomfortable truths about the campaign's strategic value. Allied forces had achieved significant objectives. Sicily was removed from Axis control, securing Mediterranean shipping lanes. Italy had been knocked out of the war, Mussolini overthrown on July 25th, the Italian government negotiating surrender even as Sicily fell. Allied forces had validated amphibious assault doctrine and gained experience that would prove valuable for future operations. These achievements were real and strategically important, but balanced against them were stark realities. German forces evacuated intact would cost Allied armies far more casualties in Italy than they had suffered in Sicily. The campaign had consumed resources, ammunition, fuel, equipment that would now be unavailable for operations in Italy or for the planned invasion of France. Most significantly, the campaign had revealed serious problems in Allied command structure, inter-service coordination, and strategic planning that could have been catastrophic if replicated in more critical operations. The accounting suggested that Sicily was a qualified success at best, objectives achieved but at higher cost than necessary, and with failure to accomplish the mission's primary purpose of destroying enemy forces. Whether that qualified success justified 38 days of combat and 27,000 Allied casualties remained a question that different observers would answer differently. The casualty comparison with predictions illustrated how completely planning assumptions had been invalidated by combat reality. Allied planners had estimated total casualties for the Sicily campaign at approximately 10,000. A figure derived from analysis of similar amphibious operations and assumptions about Italian willingness to fight. Actual casualties were 270% higher than estimated, reflecting both the underestimation of Italian coastal defenses and the complete failure to anticipate the intensity of German resistance inland. The casualty estimates had assumed that capturing beachheads would be the most dangerous phase, with inland advances proceeding relatively quickly against collapsing resistance. Instead, beach landings succeeded with lighter-than-expected casualties, while inland fighting proved far more costly than anticipated. The failure of casualty predictions wasn't simply inaccurate staff work, it reflected fundamental misunderstanding of how the campaign would develop, what challenges would prove most difficult, and how German forces would fight. The fact that Allied forces achieved victory despite casualty rates 270% higher than predicted spoke to the resilience and capability of Allied soldiers and junior leaders who adapted to unexpected challenges. But it also raised questions about the reliability of future operational planning if Sicily's predictions had been so dramatically wrong. The logistics achievement of the Sicily campaign, though overshadowed by strategic disappointments, represented genuine success that validated Allied capability to conduct massive amphibious operations. 160,000 troops had been landed across defended beaches, supplied continuously over those beaches for 38 days, and supported with sufficient ammunition, fuel, food, and medical supplies to maintain offensive operations throughout the campaign. Port facilities at Palermo, Licata, and smaller ports were captured and rendered operational within days, providing infrastructure that supplemented beach landing operations. The Navy had landed 2,000 vehicles per day at peak operations, maintaining flow of equipment that kept Allied forces mobile despite German efforts to interdict logistics. Medical services had evacuated wounded soldiers efficiently, maintaining mortality rates below 10% for soldiers who survived to reach medical facilities, a stunning achievement by World War II standards. The logistics that enabled operational success deserved recognition as a campaign within the campaign. Thousands of supply personnel and transport units executing complex operations that received no headlines but that made combat operations possible. If the campaign had strategic disappointments, they weren't due to logistics failures, but to command decisions and coordination problems that logistics excellence couldn't overcome. The air superiority achieved during the Sicily campaign, while not preventing German evacuation, fundamentally shaped the battlefield in ways that made Allied tactical success possible. Allied air forces flew over 90,000 sorties during the campaign, establishing complete dominance over Axis air forces that could barely contest Allied operations after the first week. German and Italian aircraft were shot down, driven from Sicilian airfields, or withdrawn to mainland bases where their effectiveness was minimal. Allied bombers attacked Axis supply lines, communications nodes, and troop concentrations, degrading German defensive capabilities even when they couldn't prevent German withdrawal. Fighter bombers provided close air support to ground forces, attacking German positions with rockets and bombs that supplemented artillery and made German defensive operations more costly. The loss rate of 400 Allied aircraft, while significant, was acceptable given the operational tempo and the results achieved. Air superiority didn't translate directly into preventing German evacuation, revealing limits of air power that advocates had not acknowledged. But it did create conditions where Allied ground forces could operate without fear of air attack, where logistics could flow uninterrupted by enemy air action, and where German forces fought under constant threat of airstrikes that limited their operational flexibility. The air campaign was a qualified success, achieving its primary objectives while failing at the specific task of interdicting evacuation that proved beyond its capabilities given the defensive measures Germans implemented. The command assessments that followed the Sicily campaign would reshape Allied military leadership for the rest of the war, with implications extending far beyond the individuals directly involved. Patton was relieved as 7th Army commander, his aggressive tactics and publicity-seeking having achieved tactical success while incurring casualties that critics deemed unnecessary, and while failing to prevent the strategic objective of German escape. Montgomery's reputation was damaged by his failure to break through at Catania quickly and by losing the race to Messina despite having shorter distance and supposedly superior forces. Both generals had prioritized personal and national glory over Allied coordination, demonstrating that coalition warfare required subordination of ego and competition to strategic objectives, a lesson they learned imperfectly at best. Eisenhower's reputation as coalition commander was enhanced by his management of difficult personalities and his success in maintaining Allied unity despite command tensions. But questions remained about whether he had exercised sufficient control over subordinate commanders whose competition undermined strategic objectives. The command lessons from Sicily, the need for unified command structures, the importance of clear strategic priorities, the danger of allowing inter-service and international rivalries to compromise operations, would directly influence planning for Normandy and subsequent campaigns, though whether those lessons were fully learned remained to be demonstrated. The psychological casualties that had triggered Patton's slapping incidents represented a dimension of warfare that military culture was only beginning to acknowledge and that the Sicily campaign forced into broader recognition. 15,000 soldiers evacuated for combat fatigue, 10% of American forces engaged, revealed that psychological breakdown was not rare weakness, but common response to extreme combat stress. The recognition that combat fatigue was legitimate medical condition rather than moral failure, that soldiers could break psychologically through no fault of their own, that treatment rather than punishment was appropriate response. These insights emerged from Sicily's experience and would gradually reshape military medicine and leadership. The Army expanded psychiatric services sixfold in the year following Sicily, training mental health professionals, developing treatment protocols, and creating procedures for identifying soldiers at risk before complete breakdown occurred. These changes came too late for the thousands who broke in Sicily in earlier campaigns, but they represented institutional learning that would reduce suffering and preserve combat effectiveness in future operations. The slapping incidents, by forcing the issue into public consciousness despite military preference for concealment, accelerated cultural change that might otherwise have taken years to achieve. The assessment of Montgomery's tactical approach versus Patton's aggressive style produced no consensus, but did identify trade-offs that commanders would need to balance in future operations. Montgomery's methodical tactics produced lower casualty rates. British forces suffered 15,000 casualties compared to American 11,600, despite being engaged for longer periods and advancing through equally difficult terrain. His emphasis on preparation and overwhelming force at point of attack minimized casualties in individual battles. But his caution also meant slower advance that gave German forces time to withdraw, and that allowed evacuation to proceed with less pressure. Patton's aggressive tactics produced rapid advance and prevented German forces from establishing static defenses, but at cost of higher casualty rates and command pressures that contributed to his psychological breakdown manifested in the slapping incidents. The assessment concluded that neither approach was inherently superior, both worked in certain circumstances, both had limitations, and that effective command required judgment about when to emphasize speed versus security, when to accept casualties for rapid advance versus when to prioritize force preservation. The debate reflected broader tensions in military culture between aggressive and cautious approaches, between commanders who believed wars were won by willingness to accept casualties versus those who believed victory required minimizing friendly losses while maximizing enemy casualties. Sicily's experience validated both perspectives while resolving neither, leaving the debate for future campaigns to address. The immediate planning implications for the Italian campaign, scheduled to begin in less than 3 weeks with landings at Salerno, were sobering and forced major revisions to Allied strategy. The assumption that Italian surrender would allow rapid Allied advance up the Italian peninsula was invalidated by recognition that German forces would defend Italy effectively regardless of Italian participation. The 39,000 German troops evacuated from Sicily, reinforced by additional divisions transferred from France and the Balkans, would create defensive lines that might prove even more formidable than Sicily's defenses, because Italian terrain was more mountainous, and because German forces would have time to prepare positions. Allied planners revised casualty estimates upward, extended timelines for achieving objectives, and increased resources allocated to Italian operations. The optimism that had characterized Sicily planning was replaced by grim realism about the challenges ahead. Sicily had been supposed to be the campaign that opened Italy to rapid Allied conquest. Instead, it became prologue to a grinding, costly campaign that would last until May 1945 and that would never achieve the strategic objectives that had justified the Italian invasion. The accounting from Sicily forced recognition that defeating Germany would require longer, cost more, and prove more difficult than Allied planners had anticipated, a sobering realization that improved planning for future operations while disappointing hopes for quick victory. The final assessment that Eisenhower submitted to the combined chiefs of staff in September 1943 attempted to frame Sicily as success while acknowledging shortcomings that couldn't be ignored or denied. The report emphasized accomplishments: Sicily conquered in 38 days, Italian forces destroyed as combat-effective force, Italian government overthrown, and Italy removed from the war, Allied forces gaining invaluable experience in amphibious operations, and combat against German defenders. Strategic position in the Mediterranean secured. But the report also acknowledged failures. German forces evacuated intact, casualty rates higher than predicted, coordination problems between Allied armies and between services, intelligence available but not acted upon. The tone was defensive, explaining why German evacuation had not been prevented, while arguing that it didn't negate the campaign's overall success. The combined chiefs accepted Eisenhower's assessment, approving continuation of Italian operations and confirming Eisenhower as supreme commander for the planned invasion of France. But the private communications between British and American leadership revealed concerns about command effectiveness, operational planning, and whether the problems revealed in Sicily had been adequately addressed or merely acknowledged without correction. The accounting was complete. The balance sheet showed qualified success, but the questions raised about Allied capabilities and command structures remained unresolved, waiting for future campaigns to determine whether Sicily's lessons had been learned or would need to be painfully relearned at even greater cost. June 6, 1944. As Allied forces stormed ashore at Normandy in the largest amphibious invasion in history, staff officers at Supreme Headquarters carried with them thick folders documenting lessons learned from Sicily, studies of amphibious tactics, analyses of command coordination, assessments of intelligence utilization, critiques of air and naval cooperation. Every aspect of Normandy planning had been influenced by Sicily's experience, from the unified command structure that gave Eisenhower absolute authority over all services to the meticulous coordination between naval gunfire, air support, and ground forces that had been tragically absent during the German evacuation from Sicily. The artificial harbors called mulberries, designed to provide port capacity without requiring capture of defended ports, reflected lessons from Sicily, where competition for Palermo had diverted resources from strategic objectives. The elaborate deception plans that convinced Germans the invasion would target Calais rather than Normandy, built on Operation Mincemeat's success in deceiving German intelligence about Sicily. The airborne operations, despite their scattered execution in Sicily, were repeated at Normandy with improvements based on Sicily's painful experience. Most significantly, the absolute priority given to preventing German reinforcement of the Normandy beachhead, with air forces tasked to destroy bridges, rail lines, and roads throughout France rather than conducting independent strategic bombing, reflected the bitter lesson that preventing enemy reinforcement mattered more than capturing terrain or winning races between Allied commanders. Sicily's shadow stretched across Normandy, invisible to the soldiers wading through the surf, but evident in every aspect of planning that sought to avoid repeating Sicily's mistakes. Patton's trajectory from Sicily's disgrace to commanding the Third Army in France demonstrated both the U.S. military's pragmatic willingness to utilize effective commanders despite personal failings and the enduring impact of the slapping incidents on his reputation and career. After 8 months without command following his relief in Sicily, Patton received command of the Third Army in January 1944, a decision that George Marshall and Eisenhower made with full awareness of political risks, but with conviction that Patton's tactical abilities were too valuable to waste. His employment in France vindicated their judgment. The Third Army's breakout from Normandy and subsequent drive across France demonstrated exactly the aggressive exploitation warfare that Patton had attempted in Sicily, but with better strategic context and clearer objectives. The same tactics that produced questionable results in Sicily: rapid advance, bypassing resistance, maintaining momentum above all else, worked brilliantly in France, where German forces were collapsing and where preventing their escape was impossible anyway. But Patton's reputation never fully recovered from Sicily. He remained controversial, distrusted by many soldiers who remembered his casualty rates and the slapping incidents. Respected for his tactical skill, but viewed with suspicion regarding his judgment and character. His post-war career ended in another scandal. Public statements sympathetic to former Nazis led to his relief from command in occupied Germany in October 1945. Sicily had revealed character flaws that subsequent success couldn't erase, demonstrating that command effectiveness required not just tactical skill, but also judgment, self-control, and concern for soldiers' welfare that went beyond aggressive rhetoric. Montgomery's career after Sicily reflected both his continuing influence as Britain's senior field commander and the gradual erosion of his reputation through repeated operational failures that seemed to validate critics who argued his cautious methods were unsuited to mobile warfare. He commanded British forces at Normandy, achieving success in the grinding battle for Caen, but taking longer and costing more casualties than predicted, a pattern reminiscent of Catania in Sicily. His most spectacular failure came at Operation Market Garden in September 1944, an ambitious plan to use airborne forces to seize bridges in Holland and enable rapid advance into Germany. The operation failed catastrophically, with British airborne forces trapped at Arnhem and ultimately forced to surrender or withdraw. The failure reflected precisely the problems that Sicily had revealed: over-optimistic planning, inadequate intelligence assessment, poor coordination between services, and Montgomery's tendency to assume that careful preparation could overcome any obstacle. Unlike Sicily, where his caution had arguably been appropriate given German defensive strength, Market Garden showed that Montgomery had learned the wrong lessons, attempting aggressive operations without the flexibility and adaptive capacity that such operations required. His reputation, already damaged by losing the race to Messina, never recovered from Market Garden's failure. He ended the war as a field marshal, but with reputation as a competent defensive commander who lacked the vision and flexibility required for mobile warfare that characterized the war's final year. The German veterans who evacuated from Sicily and fought throughout the Italian campaign provided continuous validation of Kesselring's strategic judgment that preserving forces mattered more than holding territory. These soldiers fought at Salerno in September 1943, where their defensive positions nearly threw Allied invasion forces back into the sea and forced Eisenhower to consider evacuation. They fought through the winter of 1943 and 1944 on the Gustav Line, holding defensive positions anchored on Monte Cassino that required 4 major Allied assaults and 5 months of brutal combat to finally overcome. They fought at Anzio, where Allied amphibious landings that should have outflanked German defenses instead became surrounded and besieged, requiring months of fighting to break out. Throughout the Italian campaign, these veterans inflicted casualties far exceeding what they suffered, demonstrating that the strategic failure in Sicily, allowing their evacuation, had consequences that extended throughout the Italian campaign, and arguably influenced the entire European theater by tying down Allied forces that might otherwise have been available for operations in France. German officers interviewed after the war consistently described Sicily not as a defeat, but as a successful delaying action that bought time to prepare Italian defenses, and that preserved forces whose value exceeded the strategic importance of Sicily itself. Kesselring's strategy was vindicated by results. Germany lost Sicily, but gained 18 months of defensive fighting that cost Allies hundreds of thousands of casualties and prevented resources from being concentrated against Germany's heartland. The medical legacy of Sicily extended far beyond the immediate campaign to fundamentally reshape how militaries understood and treated psychological casualties. The 15,000 combat fatigue cases in Sicily, combined with the publicity around Patton's slapping incidents, forced recognition that psychological breakdown was common rather than rare, that it reflected the extreme stress of modern combat rather than individual weakness, and that proper treatment could return soldiers to duty, whereas punishment and shame simply destroyed them permanently. The Army expanded psychiatric services from 200 psychiatrists in 1943 to over 2,000 by 1945, integrated mental health professionals into combat units, and developed treatment protocols that emphasized rapid intervention at frontline aid stations, rather than evacuating soldiers to rear-area hospitals, where their sense of failure and separation from comrades made recovery more difficult. The principles of proximity, immediacy, and expectancy treat soldiers close to their units immediately after breakdown with expectation they would return to duty became standard doctrine that reduced permanent psychiatric casualties by 60% compared to World War I rates. These advances came too late for many Sicily veterans, but benefited hundreds of thousands of soldiers in subsequent campaigns. The slapping incidents, by forcing public acknowledgement of combat fatigue's reality, accelerated cultural change that might otherwise have taken decades, demonstrating how scandal could drive institutional reform more effectively than quiet professional recommendations. The amphibious warfare doctrine, validated in Sicily, became foundation for Allied operations throughout the Pacific and European theaters. Techniques refined through experience proving applicable across widely different operational contexts. The landing craft designs, naval gunfire coordination, airborne operations, and logistics over the beach capabilities developed for Sicily were employed at Tarawa, Anzio, Saipan, Normandy, Iwo Jima, Okinawa, and dozens of smaller operations. The failures in Sicily, scattered airborne drops, friendly fire incidents, inadequate naval-air coordination drove improvements that made subsequent operations more effective. The successes, rapid beach seizure, overwhelming firepower at point of landing, adaptation to unexpected challenges, provided templates that planners studied and replicated. By war's end, Allied forces had conducted amphibious operations with competence that would have seemed impossible in 1942, transforming what had been risky experimental operations into routine capabilities that fundamentally altered strategic possibilities. Sicily was the proving ground where doctrine became reality, where theories confronted combat conditions, and where both successes and failures taught lessons that shaped modern amphibious warfare. The legacy extended into the Cold War and beyond. Korea, Vietnam, Falklands, Kuwait. Every subsequent amphibious operation drew on lessons first learned or refined during Sicily's summer of 1943. The strategic debate about Sicily's value continued for decades among military historians and strategic theorists, with arguments never fully resolved about whether conquering Sicily justified its costs and whether alternative strategies might have achieved better results. Critics argued that resources devoted to Sicily and the subsequent Italian campaign would have been better used to accelerate the invasion of France, that the soft underbelly strategy Churchill championed proved to be a hard, costly slog that tied down Allied forces without achieving decisive results. They pointed to the German evacuation as evidence that Sicily failed its primary objective, to the prolonged Italian campaign as demonstration that conquering Sicily hadn't opened a path to rapid victory, and to the casualty ratios showing that Allied advantages in resources and firepower didn't translate to proportional advantages in combat effectiveness. Defenders argued that Sicily achieved significant strategic objectives, removing Italy from the war, securing Mediterranean shipping, gaining experience in amphibious operations, and that the Italian campaign, however costly, tied down German divisions that would otherwise have been available to defend France or fight in Russia. They noted that Allied forces in 1943 were not yet ready for the cross-channel invasion that wouldn't succeed until June 1944, that Sicily provided combat experience for troops and commanders who would later fight in Normandy, and that the campaign's lessons directly contributed to Normandy's success. The debate reflected broader disagreements about Mediterranean versus continental strategies, about whether peripheral operations served useful purposes or merely diverted resources from decisive battles, questions that remained unresolved because counterfactual history, what would have happened with different strategic choices, can never be definitively proven. The cost per mile of advance in Sicily, approximately 6.2 Allied casualties for every mile gained, compared unfavorably with Normandy's 4.1 casualties per mile, suggesting that Sicily's difficult terrain and strong German defenses created conditions where even tactical success came at premium cost. The comparison revealed that terrain and enemy quality mattered as much as force ratios and technological advantages, that Allied superiority in resources couldn't overcome certain tactical realities of defensive warfare in mountainous terrain. The lesson influenced future operational planning, encouraging commanders to seek maneuver and breakthrough rather than grinding frontal advances, to utilize mobility and exploitation rather than methodical battles of attrition. But the lesson also revealed limits. Sometimes terrain and enemy positions required frontal assault regardless of costs. Sometimes strategic objectives had to be achieved even when tactical conditions were unfavorable. Sicily taught that there were no easy victories against competent enemies on favorable terrain, that modern warfare remained costly and brutal despite technological advances and resource superiority, and that winning campaigns required acceptance of casualties that democratic societies found increasingly difficult to bear. These uncomfortable truths remained relevant long after World War II, shaping military thinking about when and how to employ force in situations where costs might be high and outcomes uncertain. The evolution of coalition warfare from Sicily's dysfunction to Normandy's success demonstrated that Allied forces could learn from mistakes and implement organizational reforms that improved combat effectiveness, though the learning process was neither smooth nor complete. Sicily revealed that coalition warfare required more than good intentions and common enemies. It required unified command structures, agreed-upon strategic priorities, suppression of national rivalries in favor of common objectives, and mechanisms for informing cooperation when commanders' natural instincts pulled toward competition. The reforms implemented for Normandy, Eisenhower's absolute authority, integrated staffs with officers from all Allied nations, agreed-upon strategic objectives with clear metrics for success, procedures for adjudicating disputes without escalating to political leadership, reflected Sicily's lessons about how coalition warfare could fail and what structures were needed to make it succeed. But the reforms were imperfect and incomplete. Tensions remained between American and British commanders. National pride still influenced operational decisions, and the challenge of managing coalition warfare remained one of the war's most difficult ongoing problems. Sicily was the education in coalition warfare's difficulties. Normandy was the examination showing that lessons had been learned, but the continuing challenges throughout the war demonstrated that coalition warfare remained an art requiring constant attention rather than a problem solved through organizational reforms. The personal legacies of Sicily's veterans extended far beyond military analysis and strategic assessments to encompass hundreds of thousands of individual lives shaped by the campaign's experiences. Soldiers who survived Sicily carried memories of combat that would influence them for decades. The terror of beach landings under fire, the grinding exhaustion of advancing through mountains against German resistance, the loss of friends and comrades, the moments of courage and fear that defined their understanding of themselves and their capabilities. Some veterans spoke freely about their experiences, processing trauma through narrative and community with other veterans. Others remained silent, carrying memories too painful or too complex to share with people who hadn't experienced combat. Many struggled with what would later be recognized as post-traumatic stress disorder, suffering from nightmares, hypervigilance, emotional detachment, symptoms that went undiagnosed and untreated in an era before psychological injury was fully recognized or accepted. The veterans' legacy included not just military lessons, but human costs, broken marriages, troubled relationships with children, careers disrupted or never started, lives shaped by experiences that couldn't be forgotten or fully integrated. Their service preserved freedom and defeated fascism, achievements of world historical significance. But the personal costs of that service were borne individually, often silently, in ways that military history rarely captured or acknowledged. Sicily was one campaign among many in the war, 38 days of combat in a war that lasted 6 years. But for the veterans who fought there, those 38 days resonated across lifetimes, defining memories that would never fade and that would shape who they became long after the shooting stopped. The final assessment of the Sicily campaign, viewed from the perspective of decades rather than the immediate aftermath, revealed a complex legacy that defied simple categorization as either success or failure. The campaign achieved its territorial objective of conquering Sicily, removed Italy from the war, validated amphibious warfare doctrine, and provided combat experience that proved invaluable in subsequent operations. These were significant accomplishments that advanced Allied strategy and contributed to eventual victory. But the campaign also failed its primary military objective of destroying German forces, allowed evacuation of 40,000 veteran troops who would inflict grievous casualties in Italy, revealed serious problems in Allied command and coordination, and cost more in time and casualties than predicted. The complexity of the legacy, simultaneous success and failure, triumph and disappointment reflected the nature of modern warfare, where achieving objectives didn't guarantee strategic success, where tactical victories could mask operational failures, where winning battles didn't necessarily mean winning campaigns. Sicily's shadow extended across the rest of the war and beyond, influencing operations in ways both obvious and subtle, teaching lessons that shaped military doctrine for generations, demonstrating truths about coalition warfare and amphibious operations that remained relevant long after the specific circumstances of Sicily had passed into history. The campaign was neither the triumph that immediate publicity suggested, nor the failure that German evacuation implied, but rather a complex, ambiguous operation that achieved important objectives while revealing limitations and problems that would require years to fully address. That complexity, that ambiguity, that mixture of success and failure, these were Sicily's truest legacy, demonstrating that modern warfare rarely produced clean victories or simple narratives, but rather complicated outcomes that required nuanced understanding and careful analysis to properly comprehend. End of documentary.